point is not just to have women at a place. The point is to show that there are talented women and they can be part of this leaders and the next generation that's bringing the change. And that's inspirational for anyone. When I moved to the Silicon Valley 4 years ago as a student, I was lost. I did not have a network. I did not have mentors. But thanks to Witty and thanks to the speakers here, I have role models, mentors, and a very, very strong network to look up to.
The amount of energy I saw and the participation from the panelists and also the type of questions that came up, I think it was an excellent experience. And also I did attend some of the coaching sessions. I thought those were very useful as well.
One thing that I like about Witty is it's not just about women power and we're going to do it all by ourselves. We have to have everybody involved. And I think it's what Carolyn Layton says, that no one stands alone. We all do this together. We all share our stories to make the world a better place.
The people that are out here looking at our events, join Witty. Even though it says Women in Technology International, it's more than Women in Technology International. It's women of all types of things. Women doing security, women working at hospitals, women working at SAP. We have, all kind of women doing everything. And not just women, we also have men.
I had no idea how large this group was and what its reach is to women across technology and across the world. So it's quite exciting to be included in just the organization, let alone be included in the Hall of Fame.
It's hard for me to put into words exactly how humble I feel being next to all these women.
For all of you who have never attended a Witty Summit, I highly encourage because it is one of the best local places, especially if you're in Silicon Valley, you have to come.
It's the most incredible honor. More importantly, I think it sends a message to all the women, young women and engineers, that this is possible, that they have a right to be in this field, and that they will make an impact. Thank you for continuing to recognize the work that we all do.
Our next set of speakers comes straight from WITI, the Women in Technology International, a 30-year-old organization that has over 3 million members worldwide. They are here to share some insights, starting with David Layton, President, who will moderate the panel discussion with Rhonda Childress, Vice President of IBM Fellow and GTS Data Security and Privacy Officer at IBM, and Elizabeth Zhu, PhD, Global Technology and Digital Transformation Leader. David, the virtual stage is yours.
Welcome, everybody. My name is David Layton, President and co-founder of Women in Technology International, WITI.com. And we are thrilled to be here at the On24 conference. Thank you to Nathan and the team for including us. And I'm really excited to have two of our Women in Technology Hall of Famers with us today, Elizabeth Zhu from 2017 and Rhonda Childress from 2018. Those are the classes of the Hall of Fame. And what we wanted to focus on for today's session, is all the positives that we can, suggestions that we can get from these amazing ladies, things they've done in their career, maybe to reflect back on things that happened in their career, how they would handle it now, and just where they see the opportunities. Elizabeth, having moved back to the States from what your last gig, I think, was overseas, tell us what's been going on with you and what you're seeing out there in the market, in the community.
Thank you, David. And I moved back to Thailand in 2018, and I moved back to US right before the COVID-19. I have seen a lot of things happening in Asia as well as in US. And the biggest challenges are we lost the social contact, and also the teenagers and the working professionals, they're pretty depressed. because this is something never happened in our recent history. And then this is one thing that I felt that as leaders, we really need to reach out to the community and stand out in the digital world, because COVID-19 forces us to become visible or disappear, vanish in this digital world. The people who are able to build, I call the beautiful digital twin, who can connect with others, who can influence others, who really can help others, will really thrive in this depressing world.
Right.
And if you want, I can give you several examples.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back around to that. And Rhonda, I know with, a lot of the things that you do, just being in the security space in general, I know some companies had some people that moved out that had worked remotely in the past. Some were just siloed. To think now I've got 1,000 networks out there. I'd love to hear what's been going on in your worlds, and where do you see some of the new opportunities, I guess, for lack of a better word, what's happening?
Well, I think let's start with the new opportunities first. The challenges has always been, at least the last 5 years, in security and making things secure. And we've always grown the business year over year. Women only comprise 8 to 12% of the security workforce. And we obviously have been working very hard to get that up. But the challenge now has become that with COVID-19 and people pivoting to work from home, everybody did not have the good work habits of working from home. And we've had to retrain individuals that you're no longer sitting on the enterprise network with the enterprise security surrounding you and protecting you. You're now working at home. For example, David, I ask people a lot of times, when's the last time you looked at patching your point of presence, your router, that thing where the cable comes in that gives you the internet in your house? When is the last time you actually sat there and said, wow, has there been a firmware upgrade? Is the password on that thing really strong and good and things like that? So some of these things that we've been working really hard at is, making sure that people are working from home safely, and making sure that corporations who had to pivot because of COVID-19, did it in a strong and secure manner where they could, which has created a lot of opportunity for security individuals, because there's a lot of bad people out there who are trying to take advantage of the COVID-19 situation. And, we're just trying to make sure that everybody comes out of this at the other end strong and where they need to be. And so the good thing that I see coming out of the COVID-19 is, I think we'll have stronger security in our homes. Especially if we decide to stay working from home as we do this. So there's a lot of opportunity out there for security professionals.
For sure. And yeah, I know I worked in security way back. It was kind of right as the integration of physical and IT security were happening, maybe early 2000s. And I think the thing I met as I dealt with a lot of people that came from either side is just the variety of backgrounds people had. I guess it kind of surprised me. I didn't have to be like a hardcore software architect maybe to be in security. Is there any recommendations, Rhonda, and then I'll ask you, Elizabeth, too, maybe, do I go to like a SANS course or just any?
I think it just depends on what you want to do. In security, there are project managers and program managers that really need to understand. There are security analysts, there's forensics analysts, there's people who do the puzzles like myself, who have to figure out what happened and how to put things back together for a client and have to do those kinds of things. So you don't have to, my background is in computer science. I'm older. And security was not a separate degree you could get at that time, but I'm very good at solving puzzles. And my boss refers to me as the Nancy Drew of security, where I try to figure out, how did the bad guys get into a network? How can we get them out? And what do we have to do to get the client back up and running? And I just love a really good puzzle. So, my background was not security. I had to learn it. So SANS Institute, CISSP, there's a lot of good courses out there that you can take, but some of it is just maybe starting with basic security hygiene of your home and work.
Yeah.
Right.
So at home, my husband is a certified Amazon security expert. He just went through the security test. So we have a real expert at home. And if you look at enterprise, what he does is really look at a hybrid cloud security. That how can you make sure that you have a single sign-on for your people who are working from home, and also access your private data center information as well as the public cloud information seamlessly and securely. I think because I'm also a technologist, so we discuss the security issue as well, and. But you really need to have someone like Rhonda, like my husband, who can keep your business running securely.
Great. Now, for those of us that don't have a Rhonda or your husband there, are there just things, on my Mac, I think I run whatever my brother, who's my tech person in the family, told me to do. I forgot the name of the program. See, I just know where it is.
I'm sure it's an antivirus type situation.
Yeah, exactly. It's Malwarebytes.
Malwarebytes.
So, other than running something like that once a month, and I guess watching the news, are there things?
You see that look on my face once a month?
Right. Oh, once a week. See, I don't know, and I think
daily.
Yeah, daily. Okay, good. Because I know, look, and I think we are, Cybersecurity Month is happening. Cybersecurity Awareness Month is happening. In October. I know with Witty, we are going to be doing many programs. We're going to twist Rhonda's arm to see if she can maybe do some of these things. Because there really should be a checklist that we're looking at.
There is.
Every day, every week.
There are certain things especially when everybody pivoted to work from home, you've got to do. First, your laptop. Do you have a hard drive password on there? That encrypts your drive. Now, don't lose the darn password, by the way. That's problematic if you do. But do you have a hard drive's password? So if your laptop is ever stolen, that they can't access your data, because you may have things on there that you don't want someone else to see. It's personal data or work data, or could be a combination thereof. Okay. Second, do you secure your laptop when you're done for the day? What happens when you go out? Are you working, say, in a window in your house, in the front of your house, where everybody sees you? They know there's a laptop in there. You've left. Do you take your laptop and actually secure it someplace? Let's not leave it out with the big flashing sign, as I tell my son, take me, I'm here, kind of thing. Patch your software. Patch often. I cannot stress this enough. Patch.
Yeah.
Patch your network gear that's in your house. Everybody has it. It's coming from somewhere. Either you have to do it or your service provider has to do it, but there are no magic Keebler elves living in trees that are going to do that for you. So make sure you do that. If you're advanced, you might want to segment your network if you're really good. The other thing is these Siris and these Amazons, these assistants that we have. If you're conducting business, these things listen, hey Siri, hey whatever, right? So they hear you, okay? Maybe you don't want to have those on while you're working or around you while you're working. So there's a whole list, David, I can provide, but those are some of the tips that we tell folks, let's try to at least make it harder for people.
Yeah. And one more thing is, when you receive a text, like yesterday I said, oh, you need to update your security information from your Wells Fargo account. When I look at a text, the website, this message trying to point me to is a non-Wells Fargo website at all. I said, my husband got that too. We both said, do not touch it. Delete it immediately. Do not click on it. That's a phishing text message and email. Just be careful.
Yeah, phishing attempts are up just exponentially, like in the thousands of percent, because people figured out that that's the easiest way to actually gain access to a laptop. From the laptop, I can go to a corporate network. So yeah, you're so right, Elizabeth. Phishing attempts, another. So if you don't know who it came from, you're not expecting email, don't touch it. Personal email, work email, it doesn't matter. Text messages, SMS, however, you're getting your information.
Yeah.
Yeah. From the first part of the conversation, I was thinking maybe we could bring the cone of silence back. Right now? Okay. Some people will get that. And I guess that said, I guess with some of the competitive things, they're probably following a VP home with a camera outside the window, and then they could just see everything that was being typed. I mean, if we want to think about extremes.
If somebody was that extreme, yes, they could do that. They could point microphones at windows and pick up sounds and things. That's why I say, use a headset, because it's sort of, even if something is picked up, you only pick up half of a conversation. So headsets are good to use, and those kinds of things. So, and then there's the part that I know is a big thing for Elizabeth, the students and the kids and stuff working from home. That's a whole nother set of challenges that we have to deal with. Making sure that they're safe, making sure that they're connected, right, Elizabeth?
Yes. Since I came back from Thailand and during this COVID-19, we found out a lot of kids, either high school kids or college students, and some of them, they lost the job offer they already obtained, and some of them just had nothing to do because companies usually do not offer any more internship. So at the Be the Change Foundation, a foundation that I co-founded in 2014, we started something called the virtual internship. With Google's help, Google gave us the grant, and we have a Google Suite. We started to do virtual internship and teach kids, the kids from middle school, high school, college, about building the digital books and to really help them build the ability to tell the story and to reach out to the community. We also have joined force with Tanashi. We raised $12,000 and we donated 60 laptops to the underrepresented kids. And we're doing art competition, and we're doing way more things. We're asking, Nathan's gonna talk to us, I think at the beginning of October, about how to sell your idea, how to tell the story. And this is one thing we have done. We have 40 plus interns from Canada, UK, US, and China. And now we're going to expand that probably globally, right? And with Witty, I hope we can collaborate with Witty. We can run the internship program for Witty, because we can reach out to more girls to enable them to study the STEM. So on a professional level, we found out that a lot of people get laid off. Like last night, someone texted us, emailed to me, said, Elizabeth, I know that you have an executive training program running. I just got laid off yesterday. Can I still sign up to your training? I said, absolutely, because I'm doing 14 months of a training program, because those people need help. They're depressed. We also doing a Zoom exercise. All my students and our volunteers are doing exercise with me, and we just have a Zoom, have a playlist out of YouTube, and we exercise. Like I lost 11 pounds since June, and it is fabulous if we can make use of this opportunity, because this gives us an opportunity to reach out to way more people. Think about it. Before COVID, I could never imagine I have an internship that offered to people from in 4 countries. And I could never thought about it. I could have an executive training team, study camp, because I used to run this camp at Stanford for six years. A lot of logistics. Now, just one Zoom, one Google Suite, Google Classroom, everything is done perfectly. I can invite guest speakers all over the world to speak to my students. In the past, it is not possible. So I think if we all look at COVID-19 accelerate our digital transformation, right? Meaning that we are forced to enter a pure digital age. You know what? The most important thing is do not hide behind the camera, right? And make your environment secure, like Rhonda said, but do not hide behind it. Do not wear pajama every day. Put makeup on, make yourself beautiful, exercise, and then by doing that, you can live a very beautiful life, even in the digital world, right? This is my advice to my students, interns, and then they all felt like, oh my God, I'm no longer depressed. I have a community in the digital world. And we help them a lot with the resume, with the LinkedIn. And you know what? This is time for all of us to reach out to our community and to give them some guidance. I would love someday to invite both David and Rhonda to speak to my community, because it's not only just my community, it is a global village. Now, COVID-19 forces us to enter the global village. I think that CARE24 is a great example of a global village that give people the hope, support, and help they need.
Yeah, I think, David, springboarding off what Elizabeth just said, because I do a lot of STEM events, science, technology, engineering, and math. And we're now taking that digital to where we're going to do one a month for 45 minutes. Teachers can consume these. Our students can look at them whenever they want. There'll be packages there where, parents can work with the students and, recreate what we've done or springboard off of it to do something else and more fun. It has open doors in ways that we never could have imagined. And I think instead of everybody looking at it negatively, we all need to view this extremely positively. It allows a much broader reach for us to be able to get our message across. And yes, we've had to change the way we work. Yes, we've had to change the way we learn. But the opportunities are so there to allow us to expand our horizons and to do so many things. There are some things we're not going to be able to do, physical things, like I couldn't teach a soldering class virtually, a little hard, but most of it can be done in a virtual environment.
Yeah. Totally agree. So right now I'm working with the D School, Stanford D School, Stanford engineering management school professors, as well as professors from Media Lab, Columbia University. And we really want to launch a program for middle school and high school kids and about leadership, and as well as creativity, like a D School, design thinking. How are you going to apply the design thinking in this COVID digital world, right? And also 3D printing. Like my son and I, we used to do 3D printing workshop. Now we can offer it again, because we can teach the kids how to use software, design them, and we can have those design printed out and mailed to their home. And even though they don't have a digital printer, 3D printer, but we can do that for them. And we can actually utilize our limited resource way more effectively, because one 3D printer can serve 10 or 20 kids. They don't have to spend $4,000 or $5,000 to buy one, but they have the access to it.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think what we learned just with all this kind of fast, I think in 2019, I've been talking about, it seemed like every conference I'd go to, from CES, Mobile World Congress, they all had this future of work session. What's the future of work? You know, that was supposed to be over like a 10-year period. Now this year, we kind of just went there for 10 years. So now what's the future of work, right? So it's really just accelerated. And now where do we go? And I think that's where a lot of the opportunity is. Yeah, and
you're
you know,
correct.
I think as we close it out, and then we could open it up to Q&A. Just any final statements for the audience, and I will end with how to find information about everybody. But Elizabeth, would you like to go first?
Yes, I think the world has been accelerated to a digital world. So define your digital twin, and really do not hide behind a camera. Make yourself visible instead of vanished, and just make your digital present. Start to write things, start to give talks, start to help people digitally, and then you will build a thriving digital network and be part of this global village. Join VT, join other organizations, really help out each other.
Great, thanks. Rhonda?
I agree with Elizabeth, but I think leaders are going to have to help also. This digital divide, this digital work that we do here is going to need some care and feeding. And there's still some people that are reluctant. My team, I'm like, cameras on, everybody say hello. We may look like the Brady Bunch, elongated, but I want everybody to see everybody and to participate and to have, like, for my birthday this year, we actually threw a virtual birthday party. It seemed rather odd, but it was hysterically funny, and it was touching because more people could participate than I ever imagined could have, that couldn't be here in Austin with me. So I think we need to do that, and we need to start closing the digital divide between people who have technology and people who do not have technology. And I think that's going to become very important. My heart broke when I read a newspaper article where these young ladies were sitting outside of a Taco Bell because they didn't have the technology to do their homework. So they were sipping off of the Taco Bell internet, right? Yeah. So, we need to make sure that we close that digital divide so everybody in this digital world can be equal and can be equitable and have access to this. We don't want to leave any group behind because of lack of access.
Yes, I cannot agree with you more on that. So this is why so many kids do not have a laptop. They're fighting with their siblings, they're fighting with their parents. And this is why we started a GoFundMe campaign and to help kids to really get their computer. And if you want to help, go to GoFundMe and look for Tanashi and the Be the Change Foundation and join us. Your $20, $200 will make a huge difference. And then $200 can buy a laptop for a kid. And you can change your life forever.
Exactly. So I think, David, we've got to make sure we leave nobody behind in this new digital world, a new way of working. It came on us suddenly, and I think one of the things that we're going to have to do is work very hard to ensure that everybody has access to the technologies that they need to be successful.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right. And we are certainly, and I think, so BeTheChange.org, or is it Be the Change Foundation?
Yeah, BeTheChange.Foundation.
Oh, BeTheChange.Foundation. Great. We are, by the way, at our Digital Inclusivity Summit, December 8th through the 10th, are certainly going to be talking about a lot of these issues, how we can bring technology, make sure no one's left behind. And I know other Hall of Famers, Mary Lou Jepsen had led the the one laptop for everybody program. It's been a few years, but
and David, just to let you know, we actually have something that we call the Solar School, which actually uses solar power in places that there may not be solar. It's you can put these kits together with just very few least expensive parts and things like that. So there's lots of opportunities. We've got to get the funds to make sure that we close the digital divide, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you both for participating. I thought this was a great session.
Our next speaker is Sydney Manassian from Impact Ladder, Down Under. He's one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. When I first met Sydney, I'll never forget what he said to me that day. He reached out his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Sydney from Sydney." How could anybody ever forget that? He's one of the most influential people I know in the area of getting peak performance out of people in all walks of life. He always has the right questions at the right time. Sydney, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi everyone, it's Sydney from Sydney. It's spring here in Australia and I'm hoping to bring some hope and joy into your hearts with a little story that I want to share with you today. This story is called Walk on My Fire, and it's from 26 years ago when I was a young 19-year-old, and Tony Robbins was going to be in Australia doing his UPW event. Now, if you don't know about Tony and the UPW event, Tony is an amazing speaker and life transformer, and the UPW event is where thousands of people turn up, and it's 3 days of intensive motivation and life transformation, and one of the key features of the event is that there is a firewalk that you do. So I was desperate to attend this event, and as you can imagine, as a young 19-year-old, I didn't have much money. So I had to go to my dad and ask for money to go to this event. Now, to put things in context, I'm from an immigrant family. Dad was doing 3 jobs to keep it all together and to create a new life for us. And so I had to explain why I needed this money. And so Dad says, "So what's this event that you want to go to, Sydney?" And I said, "Well, there's going to be thousands of people there. And in fact, Oprah went to this event in Miami. There'll be African drums playing, and there's a fire, and you can walk. We're going to do a firewalk." And Dad sort of had a bit of a think, and he looked down at his shoes and looked back up, and he said, "Son, how about I cook a great Armenian barbecue in the backyard with real fire and real coals, and you walk on my fire?" So that's where the story started, and I ended up going to the event, and it was a great event. And to this day, 26 years later, Dad still reminds me at every family get-together that I still haven't paid him back for that event. Now, putting all jokes aside, many years later, as I reflect on that response and that story, there was a hidden message in my dad's response which I've come to really appreciate, and that is, in life, to become your extraordinary, you absolutely have to rely on yourself, and to walk on your own fire is the metaphor for me, or to walk on my fire is the metaphor on trusting myself and not anything from the external world to become our extraordinary. So what is it about our extraordinary? What is our extraordinary? Well, when I think about it, at our extraordinary, it's where we're getting the recognition that we deserve for who we are and what we do. It's where opportunities open up for working on the things that we want to work on and working with the people that we want to work with. And from an income perspective, it's where we're getting the income that we deserve and is reflective of the value that we're creating in life. You could argue that when we're at our extraordinary, we are in a state of flow. It's where we're satisfying our mental, emotional, spiritual, financial needs. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? So why is it that most people are struggling with the ordinary, let alone becoming their extraordinary? Well, after 20 plus years of running my own businesses, having success and failure, being a dad to 3 kids, and for the last number of years being a coach to people and teams creating high performers, I can tell you there are 3 blocks that are in our way that stop us from becoming our extraordinary. These 3 blocks are the mirror, the whistle, and the compass. Let me explain. The mirror is all of our self-talk. You know, that noise that's in the side of our heads, that voice that's inside of our heads that starts very early in the morning, the minute we get up, and often we're not even mindful of what it's telling us. But it's all the stories that are telling us why things aren't good about us, right? You know, I'm an immigrant, I came to this country, couldn't speak the language, I was teased as a child, I've had business failure, I've had health issues, I've had relationship breakups, I'm gay, I'm straight, I'm male, I'm female, all the reasons that we pile on, all the stories that are running that are just not working for us. That's the mirror. The whistle is external noise. That's society telling us things, and for some crazy reason, we treat it as authority. And often it starts at home. Your parents having an opinion about what you should do with your life, your in-laws having an opinion on how you should raise your kids, your church having an opinion about something, the way you should be leading your life, your university, your school, all the way to Instagram, where we're constantly judging ourselves to other people's goals and standards and objectives, and then we're wondering why we're not feeling great about who we are and not hitting our extraordinary. And finally, the compass is the misalignment to our true north. So what we're thinking and feeling on the inside, we're not portraying and pursuing on the outside. And so effectively we could argue that we're sort of living a fake life, an inauthentic life. And put all these 3 things together, it's no wonder that we're not hitting our extraordinary. So what do we do from here, right? How do we become our extraordinary? So the first thing we need to do is we need to have the courage to imagine and in detail design what our extraordinary looks like. So as a takeaway from today's talk, I want you to go and reflect on who is the extraordinary version of you, and how you respect that person, what they do, what they've achieved, how they think, how they act, and write it down. It's a great little exercise for you to do for yourself. And the second thing we need to do to become our extraordinary is to make sure that we address the mirror, the whistle, and the compass, right? So go and think about what is it that's stopping you from becoming your extraordinary, and I bet you can classify it in one of these 3 categories, and be mindful and deliberate about designing the next version of you, and have the courage and the joy in your heart that you can do this. So thank you for being with me today. I certainly have now learnt that I'll be walking on my own fire, and I'm encouraging you to go and walk on your fire. Have a great day and see you next time.
Our next speaker is Daniela Fernandez. She is one of the most motivated people I have ever met on a mission to save the ocean. Since graduating Georgetown University, she has made it her mission to activate young people all around the world to work together. Today, the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, or SOA, has people in over 165 countries working together to solve some of the biggest challenges with our ocean. Let's see what she has to share with you now. Daniela, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let me take you back to the year 2014. I am 19 years old and a freshman at Georgetown University. I am entering the UN in disbelief that I have been invited to attend a high-level meeting on the health of our ocean. The meeting begins, and I'm listening to the laundry list of problems that are facing our environment and our ocean. As the meeting continues, I start to notice that something is missing from these conversations. I start feeling helpless and discouraged by what I hear and wonder if there is in fact any hope. My 12-year-old self, the little girl who had been exposed to the reality of climate change from watching Al Gore's movie An Inconvenient Truth, reminds me of the commitment I made to myself to do everything and anything in my power to help protect our ocean and our environment. And so, in that moment at the UN, I make it my responsibility to find a way to solve the problems facing our ocean. That's when I realized the two essential truths that would become the reason I create Sustainable Ocean Alliance. One, I realized that there must be other young people like me who are desperately looking for ways to take action, but have no platform through which to channel that energy and those ideas. And two, there also must be a way to develop innovative solutions that will help tackle all of the problems that are being listed by world leaders. That was the day that SOA, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, was born. SOA is founded on the belief that we need to create innovative market-based solutions. We must develop young ocean leaders and activate them globally. And we also must advance grassroots solutions in order to protect and sustain the health of our ocean. Since that UN meeting in 2014, fast forward 6 years later, after having graduated from Georgetown University, and after having moved to San Francisco to build SOA, we have created the Leadership and the Accelerator program to fulfill that mission of accelerating ocean solutions and developing young ocean leaders. We have thousands of young people in over 165 countries working tirelessly to bring their ideas to life, to bring their grassroots solutions to life, to bring their nonprofits and for-profit startups to life. So SOA becomes their catalyst. We become their educator, their support system, and their launch pad to guarantee that they don't lose hope, but instead, they become encouraged to be part of something much bigger than themselves. I'd like to introduce you to one of our startup companies, Lollyware. Lollyware is the world's leading seaweed material company. And what they're doing is they're replacing single-use plastics and fighting climate change at the same time. This startup has a direct impact in the ocean by making plastic obsolete while also sequestering carbon from our atmosphere, which is absolutely amazing. To date, Lollyware has raised $8 million, and in conducting a recent impact assessment, they found out that they are the only straw material company that is carbon negative. Another case study that I want to share with you is that of Coral Vita. Coral Vita is another incredible startup that is the world's first land-based coral farm that is capable of growing corals 50 times faster than in the wild. Coral Vita and Lollyware are just two examples out of the 20 ocean solutions we have accelerated in just the past 2 years. Through our work, we don't only accelerate these amazing ocean startups, but we also have played a big role in establishing and shaping the sustainable ocean economy. We have the opportunity to transform so many industries that in the past have been impacting the ocean in a negative way. This is our time to make sustainability a priority. Through our thought leadership, we also have sought to make legislators aware of the barriers of entry that exist for ocean entrepreneurs. We influence consumer preference of our next generation young leaders, and we build a sense of urgency in our constituents. We're also now working to redirect capital into the ocean technology space. What we've seen over the past couple of years is that many ocean technology entrepreneurs are successful in raising seed funding, in getting attention around their product. However, they often struggle to find follow-on funding, since many investors are still not familiar with the concept of ocean technology and are inexperienced in making these investments in the ocean space. This is why last year, SOA launched Seabird Ventures, an LLC that is managed by SOA to attract LPs that are interested in participating in this ocean technology investment and in this industry. By relying on SOA's ocean expertise in sourcing and working hands-on with the most impactful ocean technology companies. As part of our accelerator, we will be producing a series of virtual summits called SOA Connects, which we hope will not only be shared globally, but will also be accelerated through our community. Recently, we just hosted our second summit with almost 900 registrants representing 88 countries. During this summit, we highlighted the female voices and leaders in our community for the theme of women in ocean science, technology, and innovation. It was amazing to see so much engagement and excitement around this event. For our next summit, we will have a special edition as it will serve as our demo day for our October Accelerator cohort. Now to close, I shared this image with you because these penguins are the reason why, as a 12-year-old, I committed myself to doing everything in my power to help save them, to save their habitat, to save our planet. Truly, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I did not expect to become a social entrepreneur, nor did I imagine the amount of challenges I would have to face in building SOA. However, I wouldn't trade my journey for the world. I know that I will have dedicated my life to leaving this world a better place. And I also know that all of you here today share that sentiment, that desire to leave the next generation with the possibilities, with hope, and with the innovations required to heal and live in harmony with our environment. I want to invite you to join us on this journey. If you are an investor, if you're an entrepreneur, or a young person looking to make a difference in this world, join us in our fight to protect and sustain the health of our ocean. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is a technologist, inventor, and entrepreneur. Scott Case is a leader obsessed with harnessing the power of technology to make the world a better place. In this segment, Scott talks about using a process called theory of change to make sustainable changes in the world. Scott, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi everybody, I'm Scott Case and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Upside, and I am here to talk to you today about making big change in the world and some of the challenges that are there. First, I'd like to start with a simple story. It's a parable about a village that lives next to a river, and they have experienced something extraordinary. Every day they show up and there's a baby floating down the river. And over time, more and more babies come floating down the river, and literally an entire economy gets built around creating ways to take babies out of the river. The big challenge, of course, is they don't know why the babies are just showing up there. And finally, one day somebody says, "Hi, I'm going to walk upstream and see what's causing all these babies to show up." And of course, they find out that there's a troll up there who's been stealing babies from other villages and dumping them in the river. Now, why is this important? Because a lot of change in the world deals with the symptoms, scooping babies out of the river. The real opportunity is to get to the root cause of why the problem is there in the first place. And that's why I want to share a very simple and powerful exercise that you can research and see more about online called the theory of change. It's a very simple approach, and I've modified it to keep it simple for myself. And it starts with defining how you want the world to be different. What sustainable change do you want to make in the world? And just write it down as a simple sentence, and in a few minutes I'll give you an example. The second thing is to ask yourself, why is that not true right now? What are all the reasons why that thing is not true today? Next, take apart each reason why it's not true and understand who is currently working to overcome whatever that challenge is, and map all of that out. And then finally ask, why aren't they being successful? What's holding them back? And when you unpack that all, what you'll see is a big tree. your goal at the top, and all the reasons why it's not true today, who's working on it, and why they aren't getting things done the way they need to. And what it'll show you is where the leverage is. Where can you apply your effort to make sure you're working on something that is truly going to move the needle and get you towards that objective? I'm going to give you an example of a theory of change focused on a global health issue that I got to work on for about a decade. And it was when we started an organization called Malaria No More. Now, Malaria No More was one organization in a wide range of organizations working on this problem at that time. This was about 15 years ago, 2006, 2007 time period. But one of the things that we realized was that we really had to think differently about how to solve the problem itself. And I'm going to use it as an example of applying the theory of change. It's imperfect and this is incomplete, so don't think this is everything that went on with malaria, but it is a way of thinking about a theory of change that you might apply to things that you're working on. So first, we had to come up with what we wanted to do. How did we want to create a sustainable change in the world? Well, we wanted to get to a place where no one was dying from malaria in the world. Now, everywhere where humans have decided to figure out how to solve the malaria problem in the United States and elsewhere in the world, we've actually figured out how to do it. So we knew it was possible. Next up, we had to say, okay, well, why isn't that true right now? So you ask the question of why. Why hasn't this problem been solved? And these are just some examples. So first off, people that are suffering, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, just simply didn't have the resources to fix the problem. The people with the resources, they didn't have any awareness or knowledge or maybe care about it as a problem. It didn't affect them. It was a fragmented approach. We noticed that lots of organizations were trying, but there was no coordination or consistent coordination. And then finally, as an example, there was a question about whether they're working on the right problem or not. And I'll come to that in a moment. The next question is, who is actually working on the problems? So the first problem, the people suffering from it. Well, a lot of governments in sub-Saharan Africa had resources and aid that were coming in for their health, for health systems, but there was basically too much to do and not enough resources. The second who, people making awareness, there were small campaigns that were focused in the US and the UK and elsewhere around the world, but they really couldn't raise the level of awareness that was necessary. There's a great organization called the Rollback Malaria Partnership, but they had some challenges too at figuring out how to coordinate and deal with their fragmentation. And then there were lots of NGOs working on the problem, but it was unclear that they were working on what we saw as the most important problem. So, why were these organizations not overcoming the things that they were working on? Well, in the case of local governments, simply too many issues chasing too few dollars, right? So malaria was one of many, many, many things that they were focused on. Second, in the US and the UK, there were small campaigns. There wasn't anything big and concerted that would literally elevate the awareness of this being a problem in the world to garner more support. Next, we needed a higher level of participation. While there was a coordinating body, the Rollback Malaria Partnership, the people who were really in control of the funds in this fragmented approach to the problem, particularly the government leaders and multilateral leaders, just weren't at the table, and therefore they couldn't get the leverage to coordinate and get things done. And then finally, there were limited resources, and so they focused on children under 5. Part of the challenge was that you still had many adults in any given population who were carriers of the disease. So while you might be able to do something for children under 5, you weren't really getting at the overall problem, and they weren't the only ones that were dying. So how do you decide what to work on? Well, there's lots of ways to identify the criteria, but I'll just share with you how we approached it. We first decided that we needed to elevate the awareness because we knew that if there was general awareness, we would be able to bring more resources to the table. Next, if we brought those resources, the leaders of the key organizations needed to be in the room to help coordinate, and so we focused energy on bringing those leaders together. And then finally, we felt we needed to redefine the problem, not just focusing on children under 5, but how did you get at the actual core of it to get after the prevention, the testing, and the treatment of everybody in a population. That's the only way we've ever tackled malaria in any other population in the world. And so that's what we focused on, redefining the problem. So while this is not complete by any stretch, it does give you an example of how we used a theory of change model to tackle a big challenge like malaria. And while it's not over yet, we have dramatically reduced, almost by 75%, the mortality rate due to malaria in sub-Saharan Africa. The work's not done yet, but it's a good example of defining the problem differently and where you get after a sustainable change. Again, I'm Scott Case. I hope the theory of change works for you. Get after it and make a big change in the world.
Well, a friend of mine has just phoned me and told me he posted a video on social media and it was an absolute failure. That he got no likes, got no views, got no comments. Whoa! I think it was Albert Einstein who said that a person who never made a mistake never tried anything new. Yeah, well, it's all about the learning and the growing. Now, answer those three little questions. What do I need to do more? What do I need to do better? What do I need to do differently? And get back into the game. Easy to do, easy not to do. I'm Peter Turin. It's your choice.
Hi everyone, Christine Rappa here. And I have a short yoga practice for you to try and get out of your mind and into your body, only for a few minutes. So let's get started. We're gonna try cat-cow pose. So find a cushioned surface in your house, carpet, mat, grass if you're outside. Come to all fours. Place your hands directly below your shoulders and your knees directly underneath your hips. Keep your spine neutral to start. On your inhale, we're going to drop our belly and look straight ahead. On your exhale, pull the pit of your belly to your spine, drop your tailbone and your neck, and round that back out. Inhale again, looking up. Exhale, rounding your back. One more time. Inhale and exhale. Return to a neutral spine. This is one of my favorites. Thank you for practicing with me today. For more, follow me at Strong Mindful Resilient on Instagram.
So don't give up whatever you do. Surrender to moments and things as they are, from the gaps in your catch-22s. When there's no way out, there's still a way through. 'Cause now's all there is, so peaceful and still. And now you don't worry about what's happened or what will. 'Cause now never ends, and now's never been. And all of your answers are waiting for you here now. When your world stands tough and weighing you down, and you've had enough of this merry-go-round, and your resistance to walls you won't move, and running through old deja vus. When there's no way out, there's still a way through. 'Cause now's all there is, so peaceful and still. And now you don't worry about what's happened or what will. 'Cause now never ends, and now's never been. And all of your answers are waiting for you here now. When you don't understand how things got so far away from all you planned, and your life it feels so hard in your fragile house of cards, turn to your cornerstone when you're tired and feel alone, to find your way through. 'Cause now's all there is, so peaceful and still. And now you don't worry about what's happened or what will. 'Cause now never ends, and now's never been. And all of your answers lie waiting for you here
Our next talk is by Paula Stone Williams, a sought-after speaker who has been featured at hundreds of events in over 30 states and 5 countries. Her TEDx Mile High speech on gender equality has had over 2 million views, and her TED Women 2018 talk has already had over 1 million views. Paula has been profiled in the New York Times, the Denver Post, Huffington Post, Colorado Public Radio, New Scientist Magazine, and Radio New Zealand. Paula, the virtual stage is yours.
The time had come to climb Long's Peak, the highest point in Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado in the United States. 14,259 feet, 4,300 meters. It's not an easy hike. Got about 4 miles into the hike, and I turned to my son, who was hiking with me, 19 years old at the time, and I said, "Jonathan, I don't think I have what it takes. I don't think I can do it today. I don't think I can persevere. Jonathan looked carefully at me and said, so, this is how you're going to teach me what it means to be a man. Now, it's important to note, at that moment, at that point in time, I was, in fact, a man. And I was not going to allow my son to shame me into returning back to the car. And so I took off like a streak of greased lightning. We got to the top of that mountain in 4.5 hours, back down in 4:15, did it again 2 years later. Because there comes a time when you just have to commit. I was the CEO of a large religious nonprofit, the host of a national television show, the editor-at-large of a national magazine. I was a successful, well-educated, white American male. But the poet and mystic Thomas Merton said it's a difficult thing to climb to the top of the ladder of success, only to realize when you get there that your ladder's been leaning against the wrong wall. I knew from the time I was 3 or 4 years of age I was transgender. In my naivete, I thought I got to choose. I thought a gender fairy would arrive and say, okay, what's it going to be? But alas, no gender fairy arrived, so I just lived my life. I didn't hate being a boy. I just knew I wasn't one. Went to college, got married, had kids, built a career. But the call toward authenticity has all the subtlety of a smoke alarm. And eventually decisions have to be made. And so I came out as transgender and promptly lost every single one of my jobs. You can't be fired in the United States for being transgender unless you work for a religious corporation. Good to know. It's not easy being a transgender woman. People often ask, do you feel 100% like a woman? And I say, well, first of all, if you've talked to one transgender person, you've talked to exactly one transgender person. I'm not going to speak for every transgender person. I feel 100% like a transgender woman. There are things a cisgender woman knows that I will never know. That said, I'm learning a lot about what it means to be a female, and I am learning a lot about my former gender. And there is no way a well-educated white male can understand how much the culture is tilted in his favor. Conversely, there's no way a female can understand the full import of that, because being a female is all she's ever known. I mean, she might have an inkling that she's working twice as hard for 3/4 as much, but she has no idea how much harder it is for her than it is for the guy in the office across the hall. I know. I was that guy. And I'm here to tell you, the differences between living as a male and as a female are massive. Not long after transitioning, I was invited onto the board of directors of a corporation. We had a new CEO and had a national conference, and so we were discussing in a board meeting having the new CEO speak for the national conference. I said, well, she's not a seasoned speaker. It probably would be better if you just had me interview her, but if you want to have her do a keynote speech, I'll be happy to coach her. At which point a powerful white male in the room said, well, if we're going to do that, why don't we hire a real coach? I've done 2 TED Talks, 2 TEDx Mile High talks. I've been a speaker's ambassador for TED. I've coached TEDx speakers. I've taught speech in 3 different universities, 2 in the United States, 1 in Europe. Tell me, what part of that does not make me a real coach? I waited to see if one of the women in the room would stand up for me, but they didn't. That's another thing I've noticed as a female. Women tend not to empower one another. I wasn't about to speak up, because if I spoke up, well, now I'm that woman who spoke up. You know, that woman. You're kind of at a knife edge as a female. If you speak up, you're seen as too strong. If you don't speak up, you're seen as not being a leader. And it doesn't matter, because if I had spoken up, I just would have been interrupted. Men interrupt women twice as often as they interrupt other men. It's not easy. We teach our sons to be confident. We teach our daughters that they have to be perfect. This works well for them as long as they're in school, because if they're perfect, they get the top scores, better than the boys. But then our daughters get out into the real world, and we've not done them a service to ask them to be perfect. A new job is posted at your company. It has 5 requirements. You, as a woman, have 4 of those requirements under your belt, and you think to yourself, oh, I can't apply for this job. I don't have the 5th requirement. I'm not perfect. But a man who works for the company, that man has 2 of the 5 requirements, and he thinks, I've got this. So he goes ahead and applies for the job and gets it, even though the woman is far more qualified for the position. We've got to stop teaching our daughters to be perfect. Women, you have to learn to instead be persistent. What do Finland, Norway, Germany, Iceland, Taiwan, and New Zealand have in common? Every one of those countries dealt well in the early days with the COVID-19 crisis. And every one of those countries has a female head of state. What is it that makes those women better leaders? Well, first of all, women tend to show more empathy than men. And if you're showing empathy to your citizens, well, then of course they're going to be more willing to follow your suggestions or your mandates. They also are more collaborative. Women see others as co-equals, and so they worked collaboratively with the health leaders in their countries and didn't see those people as subordinates to them. Third, women are willing to compromise. They weren't looking for the perfect solutions. They were looking for solutions that would work in the short term. Fourth, women are more willing to admit when they've been wrong. They're more willing to step back instead of doubling down a pathway that's not working. They'll step back, admit their mistake, and go a different direction. Plus, those women leaders had 2 paradoxical strengths. They had great confidence, but they also had great humility. And it's always been the combination of confidence and humility that makes for truly great leaders. They're heroes on the journey. The hero's journey is common to every culture, every language, every ethnicity, every culture group. It always has the same elements. First, an ordinary citizen is called onto an extraordinary journey onto the road of trials. And initially, that citizen rejects the call because, hey, it's a call onto the road of trials. Nobody willingly goes there. But now that they know they've been called, well, they're miserable. And some kind of a spiritual guide comes into their life, a Yoda kind of person who gives them the courage to answer the call, and they answer it in fear and trembling and find themselves on the road of trials. And sure enough, it's a road of trials. Then things get worse. They find themselves in a deep, dark cave. What Dante was talking about at the beginning of the Divine Comedy when he said, "In the middle of the road of my life I awoke in a dark wood where the true way was wholly lost." Yeah, there. Now they're struggling in the dark cave. There's no way to go but forward. Eventually, they see the light at the end of the tunnel, and this time at least it's not an oncoming train. And they get out of that deep, dark cave, and they're back onto the ordinary road of trials, which now feels like absolutely nothing compared to what they've been through. They continue on to the prize of great price, to the Holy Grail. Even then, their journey's not over. The hero's journey asks them to bring it back, give it as an offering to those from whom they have departed, to serve others with that great prize. And of course, their greatest offering is themselves and all the wisdom they've gained on the hero's journey. When I came out, I lost every single one of my jobs. I lost my pension. Over the next 4 years, the next 48 months, I earned as much in 48 months as I had earned in my final 2 months as a man. It was not an easy time. I lost thousands and thousands of friends. But I knew it was the right thing to do, because the call toward authenticity is sacred and holy and for the greater good. And finally, eventually, good things started to happen. I did my first TEDx talk, and then a TED Talk, and then another TED Talk, and then another TEDx Talk, and suddenly I was speaking all over the world about gender equity. Then I ended up with a memoir contract with one of the largest book publishing companies in the world, and now there's a company in Hollywood that's preparing to make a feature film about my life. My life has not turned out the way I expected. It's turned out far better than I expected. Here's the thing about the hero's journey. Everyone is called onto the hero's journey. The question isn't whether you're called or not. The question is whether or not you answer that call. And how do you know what that call is in your life? The writer Frederick Buechner says, where the world's deep hunger meets your deep gladness, that is where you were called. Where the world's deep hunger meets your deep gladness. So where does the world's deep hunger meet your deep gladness? Well, there are two ways to discern that. First of all, what brings you alive? What causes you to lose track of time you enjoy doing it so much? What kind of work do you do that 80% of the time you think to yourself, I'd rather be doing this than anything else on the face of the earth? What is that work that you're drawn to do so much that you lose track of time? That is one sign of that to which you were called, but there's a second half to it. Are you affirmed in that? Do people tell you you're really good at that one thing that causes you to lose track of time? And when I say people, I don't mean mom and dad. Mom and dad think we can do anything. God bless them. We love them. But do a lot of people tell you that you have a gift in this particular area? If they do, then that is where you have been called. Where you lose track of time, you love the work so much, and where people tell you that you are good at what you're doing. And yes, one more thing. Does it lessen the suffering of the world? Because the call to go on to the hero's journey is not about happiness. Happiness comes pretty much any place you expect it. You get a raise at work, you're happy. You go on vacation, you're happy. You go to a hotel and get an upgrade to a suite, you're happy. Happiness comes pretty much any place you expect it. But it's not happiness you're after on the hero's journey. It's joy. And joy has a mind of its own. Just about 10 months ago, my mother passed away at 94 years of age. I wanted to be able to speak at her funeral, but she was from a state in the United States where transgender people are not well accepted. If I spoke at her funeral, it would have made the funeral all about me and not honoring her. And so my son spoke instead. I was very sad. I wanted to speak. But as my son began talking, he captured the essence of my mother. His talk was absolutely beautiful, far better than what I might have done. And I was suddenly filled with joy. Even in that moment of intense sorrow, I was filled with joy. When you answer the hero's journey, it is joy to which you are called. It is joy that will come to you when you live authentically. Because living authentically is sacred, and it is holy, and it is for the greater good. And when you lessen the suffering of the world by using your gift that brings you great joy, well, that's how we move ahead. Will there be obstacles on the journey? Oh, yes. There will be plenty of obstacles on the journey. But if you persevere, you'll make it through that deep, dark night of the soul. You'll make it through that dark cave onto the ordinary road of trials. And you will make it to the Holy Grail. And you will bring back what you find there as a gift to all those you love. Because that, my friends, that is how we live life most fully. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm Vukashin. We are here out in nature in a vineyard close to a River Tisa, one of the biggest European rivers in the north of Serbia. I've actually grown up in this vineyard. Well, this is actually a vineyard and an orchard. I used to come here quite often with my late dad, and we've used to be very good friends with the people that have managed this estate over decades. And I remember and still carry this sense of freedom and liberation that I've felt here. It turned out that 10 months ago, a good buddy of mine has actually purchased this estate. I haven't been aware of that. And now, through that connection, I'm actually able to rediscover my feelings and my remembrances from childhood. It's great. It is kind of it has really rejuvenated me. It allowed me to find a pond of energy that I can exploit from day to day. In parallel with all of that, and funny and interestingly enough, as life actually gives us these stories, with my team in a company named Field Technologies, we've been working on a system that is due to improve the vineyard management, and it's based on sensors like these that are fully autonomous and fully wireless, that actually track the state of plants and the environment within vineyards. And the funny thing about all of this is somehow the experiences from my childhood and the efforts I'm really spending my time on right now have merged and allowed me to really develop the technology that might be very relevant in future in the place where I've actually spent really nice days as a kid. And just to maybe revert back to vineyard management, these plants have been with us for years, for actually centuries, and only in the last 50 to 60 years there is so-called conventional way of managing them, which is somewhat more industrialized. And what we are trying to do now with technology is to enable people to merge two worlds, the traditional way of minimum intervention with a conventional way, which has actually taken ground lately. By doing that, we really want to create a better world, as if we manage to do that in vineyards, we think that could be doable in other permanent crops, and that could actually create nice places for all of us to rejuvenate. Therefore, based on all of this, I can only invite you to exploit your neighborhoods and to re-explore them, to find your ponds and your sources of energy and good vibes, and to use them as inspiration to thrive in these difficult times. Have a good one.
There's this great quote by Rebecca Solnit that says, "In uncertainty, there's room to act." And I love that because it's very true, because when things are certain, you pretty much have the boundaries defined for you. Somebody else has created the box, or something else has created the box, and you are limited by what you can actually do or what you can actually accomplish. And this is incredibly important for people, especially in today's day and age when things are changing so fast. And the fear of uncertainty, or the fear that you don't know exactly where you're going to be in the next year or the next 5 years, well, this has created a great deal of stress and anxiety for people of all walks of life. The reason why I say that you really need to embrace uncertainty is because it's true that that's where opportunity is. Because the rules haven't been set, the game hasn't been defined yet, there's still room to breathe, there's still room to act, and it's really the place where your imagination, your ideas, the story that you want to create can really become real. At the end of the day, that's where it is. Now, you're of course going to get pushback from this, because what hates uncertainty the most is not people, but it's status quo. It's box thinking. The reason why is because the status quo is designed to make us comfortable, to make us sedentary, to make us, just complacent in a number of ways. And don't get me wrong, I like to be comfortable too. I'm not saying that we should constantly find ways to make ourselves uncomfortable, but what I am saying is that if we're serious about growing, if we're serious about being a participant rather than a victim of how the future unfolds, well then we have to get very comfortable in uncertainty. And not everybody's wired this way. And that's okay. I'm not saying that everybody needs to be wired this way. In fact, if you think about people you know who recognize an uncertain situation and they seize that opportunity to take control of the situation, I'm sure everybody everybody knows somebody this way. I can think of my 8-year-old son, for an example. But you see this in organizations too, where if the boundaries are not created, if the game and the rules have not been set, or there's a great deal of uncertainty, somebody steps in to create that, to take advantage of that. And I don't always mean that for nefarious purposes, but they step in to take control because they want to keep moving forward. And that's what leadership actually is. So when I say not everybody needs to think this way, I say that because not everybody is designed to be a leader, and that's okay. I don't think enough people are told that they don't have to always be aiming to be a leader. Because if everybody was a leader, there would be no leaders. So for those that are leaders, it's incredibly important to be looking at uncertainty as the place where your real opportunity to drive and create the future, well, that's where it actually is. And that's what we need more of today. We have too many leaders that are acting like followers instead of leading because they're pandering to the status quo, or they're waiting for somebody else to do it for them, or they're waiting for some sense of certainty when none actually exists. The only thing that is certain is that if you act, something will move. Now, whether it's the best decision you could possibly make, well, that's yet to be seen. But the fact is that we cannot be afraid of the things that are uncertain. We cannot be afraid of those things that are outside of our control. What we need to do is start thinking differently and start embracing these as opportunities rather than obstacles. At the end of the day, that is what.
Next up is Dr. Suresh Devnani, an inspiring motivational speaker and consultant who will share practical strategies from his 28 years of professional experience and his ongoing global research in leadership, personal growth, and organizational transformation. As some people call you, Dr. Happy, the virtual stage is yours.
Greetings from Cairo, Egypt. It is my great pleasure and honor to speak to you today with this amazing panel of speakers who have got together from all around the world with one message: to uplift your optimism. Thank you for attending. Last year, my wife came to me, all excited. She says, I've been offered a new job in Cairo, Egypt. I said, Cairo, Egypt? Are you sure you want to go there? That's Africa. She says, yes. I told her, aren't you happy with your current job, which you've been doing for the last 12 years? And they like you too. In fact, everybody supports you there. She says, no, I think I want a new challenge. And I want to go a place where they need me. And somehow I know Cairo needs me. I said, have you asked our family members? Have you spoken to your father? Let me talk to my father and tell him this. So we both spoke to our parents. It's common for Indian families to talk to each other, even if you are a married person with kids who are 25 and 16. So both of them asked us, why do you want to leave Singapore? Aren't you comfortable living in one of the most amazing countries in the world? I said, my wife says she wants to be challenged, and she doesn't feel challenged right now. So they said, okay, fine. Whatever suits your needs, follow. So I told my wife, fine, let's do it. I said, this will be the first time you'll be moving for me, so I want to support you 100%. So what kind of support do you need? She said, fine. As long as you get me there by August, I'll be fine because the job starts in August. I said, done. Not knowing this pandemic will cause the whole world to go havoc. Time came, we were supposed to move towards July. But by the time June, all flights were cancelled. There were no flights leaving Singapore. Then she was scared. She said, if I don't get to report by August and I've already left my current job, what will happen? I said, don't worry, I'll find a way to get us there. The original flights we were booked were from Saudi Arabia, which had finally cancelled their flights all the way till September. So there was no way to get to Cairo by August. So me and my son both tried to get on new flights booked. And we found a way. That was to fly from Singapore to London on a 16-hour flight and then sit in transit for 9 hours before we get on another flight going to Cairo. So I told my wife, this is the plan. She said, are you sure? But aren't there high infection rates right now in England? I said, as long as we take precautions, we should be fine, because that's all you need to do. So we booked our flights, all excited, we packed everything, and we got on our new journey. A journey which was full of challenges, because it started with a big challenge of getting there even. So how many of you are currently facing challenges? Living through fear, isolation. How many people have not gone out since the pandemic started? I know quite a few. In fact, I know quite a few who died also. My family may have died. And I feel sad too. But let's pray for their best. But life is not all about this. It's all about learning from this current experience. So what are you learning? Think about it. What are you learning? Most people are afraid. In fact, so many of my friends and people I know are scared. They're scared to die. I told them, why are you afraid to die? Haven't you lived a full life already? They say, no, there's so much more to do. I say, calm down. Let's work on some things. Do you love yourself? How many of you can say that? Go to a mirror right now and stare in it. Say, I, so and so, love myself. And do this for 10 times. See how many of you can actually do it unconditionally. It's very difficult to love ourselves because somehow we believe that our surroundings decide who we are. It's not about us, it's about what others think about us that matters nowadays. Look at all this social media, all about the likes. How many likes do you get a day? Matters for most. I know quite a few of those people. Once I was like that too. Before Facebook was there, I expected people to love me. I grew up quite wealthy and I made a quite big of name. But then what happened? I fell into some kind of burnout. I was working too hard, not spending enough time with my family. I was lost. Eventually I became so restless that I wanted to kill myself because I felt I had lived all that I wanted to live. So what do you do next? But thank God, after a few attempts of suicide, I was able, with the support of my family, to find a new calling. I went on a journey, a self-discovery journey, to find myself. And this journey lasted for a very long time. And I hope none of you have to go through these kind of self-discovery journeys, because they're no easy task for many. It's a big challenge out there, especially now with this new pandemic where so many people have lost their jobs. So many people are looking for meaning. Yes, meaning. If you don't have meaning right now, you must be feeling miserable. In fact, you must be feeling like you're living through hell. Hell that is torturing you, making you unbreathable. So what are you going to do about it? You could be scared and hide in a corner and wait for the day to come when you die. Or you can take this opportunity to find yourself. Find that identity that you wanted to be. The true self that people keep talking about. What is a true self? It's a self that is unconditionally happy with you. not the person you are that looks for expect people to love you. If you can't love yourself, how can you love others in this life? Think about it again. Life is no easy task. I understand that. It was never meant to be easy. We were all blessed this life to learn from it, to evolve, to expand. So if you're not expanding, then why are you living? Think about that again. Life's all about learning, expanding, and it's all about loving ourselves. Because self-love is a crucial element here. Once we can say we love ourselves, the world becomes a beautiful place. Everything seems amazing. Nothing seems hard. Nothing seems out of place. So that's the kind of thing. How often do you say to yourself, I love myself? How often do you say thank you? How often you smile? These are all important, crucial elements of life. And the more often you say all these things, you'll be happy. You'll be so happy that nothing will bother you. In fact, I know many people, including myself, right now are at bliss because we don't see this pandemic as anything more than a time for us to reflect, go even deeper, go find even deeper meaning to our lives, and help as many people all around the world to find that true calling, find that true essence why they are here. I'm here to help you, and I'm more than happy to connect with you later after this speech to support you and guide you too, because I want to save that time that I spent looking for myself, a time that is very, very hard. It's like going through hell, and I don't want anybody to go through hell to find themselves. Life's all about you. So love yourself first before you love others. Because if you love others without loving yourself, that will be conditional, because you're only loving them because you expect them to love you back. And the whole idea of loving others is to love them unconditionally, without any expectations. All great relationships are based on self-love, then loving them. If you love somebody just because they are a certain way, or they behave in a certain way, or they do things the way you like them to do, then what's the point of that kind of love? Think about it. Think about the way your mother loved you. Did she really have expectations when she loved you? In most cases, no. Our mothers love us because they bore us. They brought us to life. They love us because we are the true children that they have brought into life. So think about these things. Think about it. I'll teach you some simple skills. There are 4 elements or 4 pillars of self-love. The first one is gratitude. How thankful are you that you have been blessed with this life, that you're blessed to wake up this morning, to do something good, not only for yourself, but for others. Think about this. Think about how good this life is all about. You are healthy. You are right now in the best shape you can be. So look at it. The other one is acceptance, which is self-love. Accept yourself before you start accepting others. Because without you, there's nothing else. You are the most crucial element. The third one is the truth. Stop lying to yourself. If you have problems, seek help. Seek help of your loved ones, your family members. Anybody that you feel will be non-judgmental, there to help you. And if you can't find anybody else, I am there for you. Find me and connect with me on social media. I will help you through this period. It's all about united we are and strong we stay. The last one is empathy. If you are already self-loving, then you love yourself unconditionally. Why not go help others find themselves? Come with me on a journey. Let's do this together, because as one man I can only help so many people. But united together we can help so many more people. Think of that. And for those who are going through this difficult period of life, start some reflective exercises. Start a journal. Write about all the difficult things that are happening to you during the day. And then take the time to pray or seek help from the divine, or that spiritual energy that resides within us. Believing in ourselves requires strength and courage. At the same time, we have to contribute to help others. That's how we build more gratitude for ourselves. That's how we are more accepting. That's how we understand the truth of life. Because the truth is we are here to learn, and learn to be better people, better citizens. And this whole period of the pandemic has come about us so we could expand and learn new things, learn to be better human beings, better human family members, or better human friends. So take this time, understand yourself, go find yourself. So what, you lost a job? Go do something that you really wanted to do when you were young. Maybe you were not given this golden opportunity before, and now you have this opportunity. Go reflect and connect with your true self, in the sense that find that purpose, that true calling. Maybe you wanted to be a bartender, so be it. I know you might not have been happy with your bank job or airline job or whatever job you might have lost. I know many people are let go, or people are being furloughed. But see, furlough jobs are almost as good as being fired. How long are you going to wait before you are given back a job which might not even pay you the full salary that you were getting before? I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm trying to place you in the right mindset so you can go and find something new to do. Now is the time. Don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. Tomorrow is only for those who are not there, who are not going to do anything now. And seek help. If you need help, seek help. There are a lot of professional people right now offering free help online, and their intentions are pure. Find somebody who's there to help you, not there to make a buck out of you during this pandemic. I'm here, and I'm sure all the people that are speaking today are here for you too. So connect with any one of us. We are here to uplift your spirits, and we want to make you more optimistic. And if you have any questions, connect with me on social media. I'm here. And there are amazing videos out there that I've posted before. I've spoken at many TEDx talks, and I don't want to repeat all those things right now because I prefer to help you. So I'll teach you a simple exercise which you can do every morning. It takes teeth and 2 fingers, and you press like this and smile in front of a mirror. Smile is a great way to start our mornings. And then the second step is take some time to reflect. Sit in some peace for 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. That's all it's required. There's some great exercises online available. If not, connect with me and I will connect you with some of these amazing videos. And then go look out. After this kind of meditative exercise, go to nature. Walk bare feet on grass. It is very, very powerful to connect with nature because nature can absorb all the negative energy that's stuck in our body. And take deep breaths. Breathe the fresh air out there because we are collecting toxins of all sorts when we are indoors. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Isn't that amazing? Don't you feel happy already? The whole idea is thinking positive requires us to start and have the right mindset, the right behaviors. That's how we are going to make ourselves stronger and make a bigger impact in life. So go make that contribution. Support somebody. Like I do this every morning. I go in the morning, I see all these cats walking around. I feed them food and they get so excited because they also feel self-love. Self-love is important. When we help others, somehow the self-love is uplifted because we are doing unconditionally. So I'd like to thank you for listening to me. It's been my great pleasure and I love to connect with you. And please, have a great, safe year. Thank you. Stay safe. Namaste.
Our next speakers are not speakers. They are an a cappella choir. Groundbreaker is from the Hong Kong Federation of Youth Groups. The song they did, especially for CARE24.Global, is Galactic Repairman. You are always under my protection, for our love is stronger than the shiniest armor. Founded by 6 experienced young singers in Hong Kong in 2017, Groundbreaker is an uprising vocal group with a repertoire of strong beat music like electronic dance music. They commit to unveiling the endless possibilities of the human voices. Groundbreaker won the champion title of Sing On Jam at Acapella Online Competition. Let's listen to their voices now.
We are Groundbreaker from Hong Kong, and we're 6 passionate singers who make a cappella music. Before we begin, we would like to thank CARE24.Global for inviting us, and we're happy to be a part of this great event.
The song we picked today, Galactic Reframing by Dear Jane, is a Cat-pop song from our beloved city. Follow us on Instagram at GroundbreakerHK for more music. So now, sit back and enjoy.
除了會痛，一切都美好；除了挫折，面前仍有路；除了厭世，總有某些修補可以做。殘破世界令人學成，悲觀中找鼓舞，來紓減身邊恐怖，能照料你日子都不算早，盡量去彌補，難逃那煩惱，修修補補，亂世中一起創路，沿途在修理着食了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我？這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透，只好對抗，由我硬撐着，使你心安。誰也破了等某位去補，而你有我保養和愛慕，縫了再破，穿了再補，這亂世未必可修理好。絕望裏樂觀，亦是個情操，東歪西倒，但至少牽手偕老，沿途在修理着食了的曙光，祝你在亂留下平安，真愛是任何形狀，對付八孔千瘡，誰能望穿我？這種健壯非健壯，形勢壞透，只好對抗，由我硬撐着，使你心安。漂亮的天真魯莽，若被推倒可再裝，對象的手不怕骯髒，貼着膠紙都盡浪，盡是補釘都發光，結局再破爛同奔往，銀河上邊跌當邊看緊對方，跨宇宙又橫越紅方，不怕在盡頭無岸，遠近我都護航，還能互安慰，不必天氣多晴朗，狂與暴雪一起對抗，任歲月再壞不致心慌。
Our next speaker is Rajesh Sethi, who helps people bring ideas to life with love. He wrote his first book at 13, is a serial entrepreneur, a TED speaker, and someone I know you will learn from. His messages are so powerfully simple that you do not even need to take notes. Rajesh, the virtual stage is yours.
Today I'm going to be speaking about the one skill that matters. So I gave this talk so many times to various audiences across the world, and whenever I see young people in the audience, I always ask them this question. If you had the ability to develop one skill that will give you a significant competitive advantage for the rest of your life, what would that skill be? And I ask this question out of many times just curiosity. What will these young people say? What is their answer? And it never stop surprising me. They will say things like, your ability to execute things. Ideas are dime a dozen. Whoever executes, they are the winners. Not bad. They will say it is their ability to innovate, coming up with new things. Not bad at all. Some people will say, if I can get the ability to predict the future, then that will be good. Of course, it will be good. Sometimes people will say even more exotic things. I should have the ability to see things that others don't. Some of them are quite common, like have persistence, have perseverance, have ability to never give up when I'm going after my goals, all sorts of things. None of them are bad. None of them are complete. So I have something that I want to share, which is necessary and sufficient. And here is what my answer is. I say, if you can develop the ability to give meaningful gifts at scale at a very low incremental cost to you, then you got it. You almost have an unfair competitive advantage. Let me repeat it. It is your ability to give meaningful gifts at scale at a very low incremental cost to you. What would that mean? We'll deconstruct the sentence one word after another. But before that, let's assume that you had this skill. You are able to give meaningful gifts. You are able to give them at scale at a very low incremental cost to you, which means what will you do? You will give those gifts. If that happens, what will be the consequence of it? One, let's take a use case. Let's say you had this ability and every single day for the next 3 years, you use this ability to give meaningful gift to at least one person. There will be more than 1,000 people at the end of 3 years. What will happen? Anybody who gets a meaningful gift, including you, when you got a meaningful gift, what are the two emotions that come to you? One, the emotion of gratitude. First, you will be very touched. You will say, thank you so much. You gave me this gift. Very immediately, it will follow up with an emotion of wanting to reciprocate. You will want to feel, you gave me such a thoughtful gift. What can I give you back? That's the next thing that happens. Now, let's take the 80-20 rule, but apply it in reverse. Let's assume that there are 80% of the people who are just takers. They just take your meaningful gift and you will never hear from them again. What happens to the other 20%? That's like 200 people who are dying to reciprocate, wanting to do something to you. Look, imagine the power you will have. There are 200 people waiting to give something back. It's like your karma account is overflowing. And then you want some help. What happens? You push a button, you have an oversupply of that help, because among these 200 people, either they will have the skill or they will know someone who will have the skill, because they were always wanting to reciprocate back to you. You have a push button access to amazing help that will power through your, zip through your projects very, very quickly. So that's the unfair advantage I'm talking about. We all need help. If you're going after a big goal, you will need a lot of help. And if you have given a lot of help to other people, when you need them, it's available at the push of a button. Now let's inspect the elements one by one in the sentence that I told you. Your ability to give meaningful gifts at scale at a very low incremental cost to you. First is the ability. When I say ability, you can develop it. It's not like it's an on-off switch. It's something that you will develop. You had to work towards developing that skill and ability. Then the next one is important, meaningful gift. So this is where there could be a cop-out situation, which means if you want to try to cheat the system, you can give some trivial gift to someone and you will think, I gave them a meaningful gift. Now they need to reciprocate. Well, sir, it does not work that way. So you have to wait for the recipient to label your gift as meaningful or not meaningful. And how will that recipient label that gift? Let's think about it. If you gave a gift to someone and he wants to make you feel good, you can just say, "Thank you, sir. You gave me a meaningful gift." That's not good enough. There is one emotion that's like a litmus test to decide whether it's a meaningful gift or not. And that emotion is that of missing you in their past. That means you give somebody a meaningful gift, and as they receive it, they're so touched that they would want to, they almost feel that they miss you in their past. What does that mean, missing you in their past? Right, here is the thing. To make it clear, let me ask you another question. Suppose I ask you, you have got your master's degree. Now, if I ask you, do you remember the names of every single teacher from kindergarten to now? Will you say yes? Probably not. But if I ask you, do you think you remember some of the teachers? You'll probably say yes. Of the teachers that you remember, they usually fall into two categories. One, they were really, really bad. That means they're so bad that you remember them because you wanted an example of how a teacher should not be. Forget about them. There are some that were so good. In fact, they were so good that for many of them, you give them credit for who you have become as a citizen now. That means they shaped who you are today. One or two of them were so good that you wish you met those teachers way before you met them. That means you miss them in their past, in your past. So that's what I'm saying. You give a meaningful gift, and that person is so touched, and he will miss you or she will miss you in their past. That's the criteria for a meaningful gift. Now, at scale. When I say at scale, what does that mean? It means two things. One is it should take incremental time it takes to give you that gift has to be really, really small. And the other thing is you should master one or two mediums. Like medium means video, audio, a social network, or anything you want. You should have a platform and you have mastery of that platform so that you can give this gift at scale. So last one is at very low incremental cost to you. What does that mean? That means the extra effort that is required to give this gift has to be very, very minimum. That can only happen if you are giving this gift from the area of your strengths. So what's the problem? Why don't we just give the gift from the area of your core strengths? But here is the problem. Your absolute number one core strength may be invisible to you because it's so easy for you. You might say, I think it's so easy. If you are a very good negotiator, you don't see yourself as a very good negotiator. It comes to you naturally. If you are a very good software programmer, you may not see it as you're so good at it. You think, I'm just doing my job. So when you are not self-aware of your core skill, you may not be putting it to use more often than it should be. So how do you discover it? One is you could have a mentor or somebody who is really, really competent in your life who might just tell you, this is your fundamental strength. This is your core super weapon. Use it with care. Or you can start reflecting and saying, what are the reasons why people come to me for help when the stakes are very high? When you reflect on it, you will see what your superpower is. Once you know it, it's magic. You learn to the ability to give meaningful gifts at scale at a very low incremental cost to you. You will have a phenomenal reservoir of reciprocation waiting to help you whenever you need at the push of a button. And that's where magic happens.
Our next speaker today is Adiba Barney. She is a former badass Silicon Valley CEO, now metastatic breast cancer patient advocate and champion. Adiba is here today to share her story that is so inspiring, I get tears in my eyes just thinking of introducing you to her. Adiba has had a life filled with both tough challenges, great achievements, and tons of fun adventures and joy. She worked hard for her successful career as a young woman in the male-dominated tech industry. Adiba survived stage 1 breast cancer twice at age 27 and 30, only to find herself diagnosed with the deadliest of them all, stage 4 metastatic breast cancer at age 37. Throughout the years, she's learned how to handle these challenges, survive and thrive from them instead of laying down and giving up. Adiba, it is my honor to turn the virtual stage over to you.
The sirens went off. Hurry, hide. My mom, super pregnant with me and almost ready to burst, held my father's hand as he held my brother in his arms. Together, they ran for shelter as the bombs steadily rained down. The shelter was across the street and 2 floors underground from the house we had called home. We lived underground for weeks, sometimes months at a time. During those times, living underground was the only way we could survive. This was 1977 in Beirut, Lebanon, and the civil war had already been going on for 2 years. Holy shit, my mother's water breaks, spilling onto the floor where my mom, dad, and brother were hiding. They were trembling with fear, waiting for the bomb raid to pass. It's dark. The screams and cries along with the bombs hitting their targets drowned out my mom's screams from each contraction shooting pain. She is coming. The pain was too much for my mom to bear. My dad had a look of fear in his eyes, no longer from the bombs falling outside, now from seeing his beloved wife in such agony. Please, is there anyone who knows how to deliver a baby? He shouted. A woman who normally worked as a doula in our neighborhood appeared. I can help. After hours of trying, it turned out that I just didn't want to come out into that horrific world. The umbilical cord had wrapped itself around my neck. My mom needed to get to a hospital immediately or she would lose me and herself in the process. A friendly neighbor and his family lived close by. Dad knew that their car was still functional, hidden behind a concrete wall in their building's garage. But how would he get to it? My dad ran, carrying my mom as my brother held on tight to his back until they finally reached the neighbor's shelter. The neighbor showed kindness and offered to give them a ride to the nearest hospital. They traveled through the city as the bombs were coming down, somehow managing to avoid them. Luckily, my mom was in too much pain to even notice. October 23rd, 1977. I was born that day by emergency C-section, amazingly with the whole family alive and well. As they looked at me, the tiny little monkey who had come out, they saw that I was covered in body hair called lanugo. It's a soft, fine hair that sometimes covers a baby and acts as a protectant in the womb. Man, I must have known that I needed protection. That is, my dear friends, how I came into this world. Little did I know that that very moment of my birth would pave the way for a strength and resilience that would prove crucial for what was to come. Hi, everyone. I want to thank the awesome CARE24 team, and thank you for letting me be part of this incredible conference. And I also want to thank you guys for taking time out of your day and joining me for this session. So I just read you the prologue from my book titled When Life Hands You Cactuses, Make Margaritas. The book highlights my life's journey and the many ups and downs that I have experienced in my very short life. From the day I was born as a child of war in Lebanon through today, a 42-year-old mom living with a deadly stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. My story is about experiencing war as a child, fleeing Lebanon on a smuggler's boat, being an immigrant in Sweden, my fight for female independence from the patriarchal and conservative home that I grew up in, my 3 love stories, my heartbreak, my longing for a child, my struggle with infertility, my surviving breast cancer twice by the age of 30, only to be receiving the death sentence at 37, stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. My fun and successful career and how I achieved my dreams in a very male-dominated tech industry, and how after 15 years of trying, I finally became a mother. It's about my joy and passion for living life like there is no tomorrow and like I'm gonna live forever. Throughout the years, I've learned how to handle these challenges. I've learned how to survive and thrive from them instead of just laying down and giving up. So most of you have heard the word breast cancer survivor. Well, I don't call myself a breast cancer survivor, and I do not like when others call me that either. The fact is that I'm a cancer lifer. That means that I live and fight cancer every single day until my last breath. I'm never going to survive this deadly, incurable disease, but I can choose how to live with it. I can choose how to make it part of my everyday life without losing my love for living. I will do so. I will live my life until I take my last breath. Cancer is not going to take that away from me. In my book, I've included 8 Margarita ingredients that have helped me persevere and thrive in life despite all these hardships and challenges that I've been through. And I'd like to share 4 of these 8 Margarita ingredients with you. And I hope that they can help you on your own journey of life. So I want to start with the Margarita ingredient, resilience. So resilience. My whole life experience can be summarized with this word, resilience. I've had to be resilient and strong many times throughout my life. And for each time, I learned more about myself and I gained new tools and ways of handling the stress, the pain, and grief that came with each challenge, with each tragedy that I was through. And you'll be able to read all about those and how I handled them in my book. So in other words, I'd like you to try to remember, what did you do last time you went through a tough time that helped you overcome that specific challenge? So what kind of tools did you gain from being in that specific challenge and getting out of it? And so I'd like you to think about that and then use that. So don't get stuck in the challenge itself. Look at it from the outside looking in. And then in your mind, create an itemized action plan or action list in how to get out of it. That is how I've done it my whole life. I created project plans for every single challenge with a timeline and action and goals and all of that. Looking at my problem from the outside looking in instead of just getting stuck in it. So by being able to be resilient, that I've been, it doesn't mean that it wasn't tough or that I didn't break down. I'm only human after all, even though I sometimes wish I was a superhuman. I actually allowed myself to feel all those tough emotions and to break down, to get all of that out of my system. But by being resilient, by having these tools and using them every time, I learned how to work through those emotions. I learned how to not let them bring me down into this dark and sad place. Most importantly, my own tools helped me to not stay or get stuck in that dark and sad place, in that tough time. Get out of it and live my life. That was really, really important. And I personally believe that anyone can be resilient and strong. It's not something that you're either born with or not. I think that resilience develops along the journey of life. along our experiences that we have. It develops when we know more about ourselves and truly respect, love, and believe in ourselves. If we have a positive view of ourselves and confidence in our abilities and our strength, we are going to create this amazing tool called resilience, because all of that is key to being resilient. Another really important part of my resilient journey and how I am able to follow my own Margarita recipe is that I don't really give a shit about the little things. Happenings in life that normally take up way too much space in people's minds and hearts, I just don't let them. After all, if it's not a death or life situation, it is always fixable. And it is not the whole world, you know. So that was resilient. Let's dive into the next ingredient in my Margarita recipe. Fear. So I say feel the fear and do it anyway. So I've always been called fearless, but that's not really true. I'm not fearless. Everyone has fear. Everyone should have fear. Now, without fear, how do we feel? How do we get hurt? How do we get excited? How do we feel joy and accomplishment for conquering that fear? Fear is extremely important to feel to truly live. However, many people let the feel of fear keep them from doing extraordinary things. So many people let the fear of failure keep them from achieving great success. But by failing and getting up again, we move on to the next level in our journey of life. We discover parts of ourselves that we didn't even know. We discover that we can achieve way more than we thought we could and we're capable of. So by doing the thing you fear and realizing that you survived it, whatever that thing may be, the feeling of accomplishment will be extremely rewarding. I have not let fear stand in the way of living my life the way I want it. Even if I was scared, I would still go through with accepting that job that seems super hard to do, get up on stage and talk in front of a lot of people, or move to a different country where I have no friends or family, go out there and find love again after my heart was broken, keep trying to have a child even though the fear of failure was constant and I kept failing over and over again, starting my second company even though I failed my first, writing this book and sharing my whole life with the whole world. The list is long of things that I have done in my life despite feeling fear of them. Dealing with the fear of dying, however, is definitely the toughest fear I've ever had to deal with. It is super scary to carry an incurable disease that you only have an 11% chance of living for 5 more years. So I've lived for 5 years and 5 months with stage 4 metastatic breast cancer, and only 11% live longer than 10 years. So I have 5 more years to go to be one of the 11% that survive that long. To not ever really know where the cancer cells are more active, what part of my body is going to be under attack next. I live from scan to scan every 3 months, treatment to treatment, until there are no more treatments available. I am on my 4th line of treatment. But see, I'm not going to let that fear stop me from living and enjoy the time I have left on this planet. I deal with my fear of dying by feeling it when it comes, accepting it, telling it, hey, I know you're there, but I don't have time for you right now. I am just too busy living. I put it in a box, I close the lid, and I place it far in the back on a shelf. And I say, feel the fear and do it anyway. Now, I hope you're not sensitive. I'd like to share the Margarita ingredient unfuckwithable with you. Yep, you heard right. unfuckwithable. So that's a word that totally encapsulates how I always try to live my life. And that has always helped me in both my career, my fight for my independence, throughout my whole cancer journey. So what does it stand for? What does the word unfuckwithable actually mean? Well, if you look it up in a slang dictionary, you'll find the following. Unfuckwithable is when you are a person who is truly at peace with yourself and nothing anyone says or does bothers you. No negativity or drama can touch you. That is what unfuckwithable means. So it took a while and several disappointments to get to that point in my life when I said, nope, not gonna let that bother me, not gonna let that boss or that colleague get to me. You see, working as an executive in the tech industry as a young female forced me to really embrace the unfuckwithable mentality. I often find myself having to speak up and not care about how I would be perceived by my colleagues. If I didn't, I would not have gone far in my career. I was many times seen as someone that was just too forward, too much, that I took up too much space. It wasn't until I started working in Silicon Valley that I felt that I belonged in a company culture. Pretty much everyone in Silicon Valley have a similar attitude. And I realized that was pretty normal for someone that was ambitious and wanted to go places. So don't be afraid to take up as much space as you like to get where you want in life. Speak up, make yourself heard. Whether it's in your professional life or as a patient having to deal with a bunch of different doctors and their opinions on your care, or just in your relationship where you feel you're not being heard or appreciated, it doesn't mean you don't care about people and their feelings. It doesn't mean you step on other people to get to where you want. In fact, it means you can get way more done if you at the same time are kind, compassionate, and empathetic to other people's needs. It just means that you don't have to lose yourself in the process. All right, another Margarita ingredient that has helped me and that I wanted to end this talk with is empowerment. And I'm gonna run through this a little bit because I think I am running out of time. You see, empowerment has always been what drives me. Throughout my 20-year-long career in the tech industry, I've been greatly motivated by empowering others to succeed. So their success was my success. Through my different roles, I had the great opportunity to support startup entrepreneurs, women in tech, minorities in tech, innovators, whole ecosystems, science parks, incubators, cities to whole countries, as you read about it in my book. But why? I've been asked many times to use all that energy I have, those creative ideas and great efforts to be part of initiatives that would have made me rich and generate big exits. But I've chosen not to. It doesn't mean that I didn't know my worth or that I didn't get paid good money for my work. It just means that to really do a great job for me, my motivation had to come from something far more important than money or wealth. I had to feel like I'm doing something that's fun, engaging, challenging, and above all, had a greater meaning. My days of being a badass CEO in Silicon Valley and empowering others in the tech industry might be over because of my disease. However, I still have a great purpose now when I'm on long-term disability for my metastatic breast cancer. I continue to empower people. However, now as a patient advocate and a champion for the metastatic breast cancer community, it is very therapeutic for me and it gives me a great purpose in life. And it also shows my son that his mama is doing everything in her power to not die from this horrific disease. And before I die, I want to make sure that I have done all I can to create more awareness and knowledge about metastatic breast cancer, and that I have raised as much funds as possible for research into new treatments. That's the only way we're going to live longer. funding research that makes us new treatments. So no pink ribbons. If not for me, at least for the future women and men that are struggling with this horrific disease. Yes, men get breast cancer too. Now ask yourself, what motivates you? Perhaps it's time for a change. And know this, when life hands you cactuses, make margaritas. You'll be able to go in to CARE24, my speaker page there, and find a link to pre-order my book. And it's going to be published in October, maybe even sooner. We're almost done with it. So I want to thank everyone at CARE24, and I want to thank you for listening to me, and I wish you all the happiness and success in life. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is actually a Broadway actress. Well, at least for 3 days she was, and then the pandemic hit, and the New York Entertainment Center went dark in all theaters. You see, Lily Kaufman had a dream to perform on Broadway since she can remember, and she worked her whole life to get there. When her dream blew up, she did not immediately start looking for another job or career, as some people might. Lily spent weeks reinventing herself so that she could leverage all the success and learnings from making it to Broadway in the first place. So let's have Lily share some of her story now, so you hopefully can be inspired to adapt to the kind of change she faced in her career, only in your career. Lily, the virtual stage is yours.
What's up, cool cats? What if I told you that I manifested specifically in the year 2020, I am going to be on Broadway? Would you believe it if I told you that you can create the reality that you desire with a little trust, a little action, and an effective use of all the power and energy that surrounds us, even during quarantine? Let's start from the beginning of my story because it wasn't easy, and I want you to sidestep some of my early mistakes and learn how you can manifest a life you absolutely love. So I grew up in Kansas City, and I realized at a very early age how alive I felt every time I got to perform. I said, tutu? Me too. I just loved the fluffy costumes and twirling around. I sang a lot. People would probably call me loud before they would call me good. But I thought it was all that and a bag of chips, okay? I decided that my dream was to be on Broadway. One of my dance teachers told me, every little girl in this room wants to be on Broadway. And I thought, do you see this girl? Do you see that mic? Maybe she's born with it. So fast forward to senior year of high school, and I am still going for it. I apply for 12 different musical theater schools and audition, and there were really only 4 or 5 that I wanted to go to that really meant something. I get back acceptance letter after acceptance letter to find I did not get accepted. These schools that I thought were so right for me said, "You're not right for us." I mean, did I make the wrong choice with my career? Did I foolishly follow a pipe dream? Well, I got into a couple of my backup choices, so I took a deep breath, decided it didn't matter that much. I applied for some extra scholarships, and I went to the school that I thought I had the best chance of succeeding at. At the time, I didn't have the wisdom to be excited and thankful for the opportunity, but in the end, it was exactly what I needed. I worked my butt off for 4 years. I left school with less debt than I would have at all the other schools. I was immersed in a more diverse culture, and I accidentally evaded seasonal depression by ending up somewhere warm and sunny that brought me happiness every day. I left college with incredible memories and friends and lessons, and realized what a gift this opportunity gave me. So I ask you, do you think perhaps maybe that thing that you're not quite happy about or that feels like a bump in the road is actually exactly what you need right now? I mean, if you're someone who feels like I did, whose life just isn't lining up quite right, what if you looked around and found the gratitude and positivity in the cards that you have been handed? It might be what you actually need, and not just what you think you need. So let's jump ahead a bit to 2018, and it has been 8 months since I moved to New York City, and I'm trying to manage this insane lifestyle of working a side job 1 million hours a week to afford this crazy city, but also spending the normal working hours auditioning day in and day out without so much as a callback. And everyone from home is calling me saying, have you gotten a job yet? Have you gotten a callback? Anything? I mean, their expectations were so high for me, and it was hard to tell them that the only thing I've heard all year is nope. And I have an agent, which is cool, but they aren't really doing much or responding to any of my emails, so it's tough to stay positive and even tougher to stay afloat. Sometimes I have to eat ramen or Wendy's every day or not go out with my friends so that I can pay for rent and hopefully get some sleep. But I know that I have to keep persevering. Keep on keeping on. I know I deserve a better agent. I know that someday I'll get a call back for something that's right for me. I believe in myself. I know I can make this dream come true. And then I learn about manifesting. Get out your pencils, boys and girls. Time to learn. So I'm gonna break this down. We'll start with 2 categories, energy and action. So I'll start by explaining the law of attraction. Basically, we're all made up of energy, and it's always moving and exchanging all around us. And all of this energy vibrates at a certain frequency. All of our wants and desires also vibrate at a certain frequency. Vibration attracts like vibration. So, if you want to attract good things in your life, you have to raise your frequency. Then we hop into action. First step, get clear on what you truly want. And not just what you think you want or what your parents want you to want or any of that. This means like soul searching. It takes time, and it takes really listening to yourself. Sometimes it's just getting real about the qualities that are most important in your ideal life. Get specific though. 2, believe that it is available to you regardless of your circumstances. Also hard, I know. But your faith has to be greater than your fear for this to work. Believe that you can have exactly what you want. Then, get to work. Hone your skills, practice, learn, mess up, fall down, get back up. This journey will have hardships and tough lessons, but you gotta send the message out to the universe that you can take it, okay? Also, easier said than done. Trust me, I was not always good at this. I mean, it took a lot of practice, and it will for you too. It's like building a muscle. Just got to keep doing it. And if you can laugh at yourself as you go, find the silver linings, I know you can get through this tough process, and it'll be a little more fun while you do it. So all of these things will raise your frequency and attract better things into your life. So whilst you work on these goals, this dream, it's important to make sure that you are good here. You got to actually take some time with this as well, to make sure that you believe in yourself, to give love to yourself, to accept your own flaws. Ooh, tough one. You got to take time to tune in with why you're so freaking awesome, because I promise you, you're freaking awesome. I mean, for me, it took years, a lot of therapy, sometimes with my dog, and yoga for me. It's different for everyone. And again, it takes time. But if you don't actually believe in yourself, then the universe will know. And the frequencies that you attract will be me. All right. Next, this powerful love that you have inside that you've cultivated, you're going to send this amazing energy into the world. Compliment people, donate, or tip a little bit more than usual. Be loving to those who aren't so loving back. Take in positive content. Begin to surround yourself with the energy you wish to attract. I'm going to say that again. Begin to surround yourself with the energy you wish to attract. Organize your home. Hang out at local places where people who inspire you hang out. Break out of your comfort zone and introduce yourself to people you might want to know who will help raise your frequency, which also may mean minimizing people in your life who don't raise your frequency. Surround yourself with the energy you wish to attract. When I redecorated my space in New York and started hanging out downtown instead of around the corner, when I started meeting strangers at concerts and coffee shops, I started raising my frequency. I reached out and cultivated friendships that made me laugh, inspired me to work even harder, and showered me with support that I then returned. I raised my frequency. I was kind to the people on the train who pushed past me, raised the frequency. I even noticed that once I truly started believing in myself and then sent back that love and kindness, more people were interested in me romantically. This manifestation stuff was my jam and is my jam. You get the picture. Now, that's a lot of woo-woo and to-dos. So, let's take all of this knowledge and work and blah, 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 and get back to Lily. 8th month with no success in New York City. I'm running to work late in the rain because the train was late again, and a car drives by and splashes me like literally from a movie. So I'm showing up to work late, and I'm muddy and sad, and I am tired from a long audition weekend that I just had in Pittsburgh a few days prior, and I just breathe, remind myself, good things take time. If I just keep working towards my goal, it will manifest in some way. And the phone rings on my break at work, and they say, hey, we want you to come in for a callback for a national tour. A day later, I found out I got that job in Pittsburgh. And just a few days after that, I found out I got the tour. One job was scheduled to end a day before the next one began. When it rains, it pours. And remember that good-for-nothing agent that I mentioned who helped me get 0% of the jobs and took 10% of every salary? Yeah, time to manifest something better. I said to the universe, I know there's better out there for me. I gave compliments to strangers. I reached out to friends and reconnected with people I hadn't talked to in a while. And all of a sudden, I am getting drinks with a friend who hears my situation and tells me the agency she works for would be a perfect fit for me and that she'd reach out to them and see if they'd be willing to meet. before I know it, I've got a new agent. I go on tour, I come back in October and decide that it's finally time to put my truest, biggest dream at the forefront of my manifestation to-do list. I mean, it's been working well. So I say it in the mirror. I say it in my mind. I say it when I meditate. I say it when I make a wish on a candle or a shooting star. I say, I will be on Broadway in 2020. I will make my lifelong dream come true. The new year rolls around, and before you know it, I am singing on Broadway in Mean Girls the Musical. Now listen, this isn't a happy ending. I mean, it is. I did it. And then, Corona Girl. It's my third day in the Broadway show. My sister just landed in NYC to see the show tonight, and my stage manager gets a call. No show tonight. No shows for a while. I'll never forget my sister helping me clear out my dressing room, carrying vases of flowers and bottles of champagne out of the theater, holding back tears. She never even got to see the show. My dad never got to see the show. So many people did not ever get to see the show. I had 2 days, 48 hours on Broadway. And now the whole theater industry is shut down. Broadway is certainly shut down. And because I was on a limited contract, those 2 days on Broadway are probably the only 2 that I get. And now I really don't know what I'm doing with my life. I've spent all my energy on this one dream. And now, so many people say they are so sorry when they hear my story, that it's so sad that this is how my dream coming true played out. But here's the thing. I am so grateful. I've got nothing but smiles when I think about those 48 hours of bliss. I mean, I did it. And gratitude is power. It manifests happiness all by itself. And life looks a hell of a lot nicer when all the cups around me are half full, so I'm gonna stay positive. And I'm gonna do what I've learned works. I'm gonna increase my frequency by making sure I'm doing okay on the inside and then sending that love outward. I'm gonna take action by looking for new opportunities or ideas that I may not have even considered before. And frankly, just take it one step at a time. Because if I had given up on my dream during that first hardship or second or 18th, I would never have stepped on Broadway. I wouldn't have known how to be grateful in the face of uncertainty. So I'm looking at that history now. If I let myself be consumed by my unemployment or the sadness that came with losing my job on Broadway, I would miss what it is that I need to be doing right now. So instead, I ask myself how I can give to others. What can I explore? How can I center myself? Just over here, raising my frequency. I hope you can use these principles to help yourself and to give yourself some hope during this weird time. And now you have some actions that you can use to help pave your way now and always, because hardships have always been exactly what I needed to grow and to refocus and to learn how to be resilient. Corona Girl is no different. And if any of you scientists out there want to manifest a vaccine, that'd be cute. Just keep on keeping on, my friends. You got this.
Our next speaker is Sydney Manassian from Impact Ladder, down under. He's one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. When I first met Sydney, I'll never forget what he said to me that day. He reached out his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Sydney from Sydney." How could anybody ever forget that? He's one of the most influential people I know in the area of getting peak performance out of people in all walks of life. He always has the right questions at the right time. Sydney, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi everyone, it's Sydney from Sydney. It's spring here in Australia and I'm hoping to bring some hope and joy into your hearts with a little story that I want to share with you today. This story is called Walk on My Fire, and it's from 26 years ago when I was a young 19-year-old, and Tony Robbins was going to be in Australia doing his UPW event. Now, if you don't know about Tony and the UPW event, Tony is an amazing speaker and life transformer, and the UPW event is where thousands of people turn up, and it's 3 days of intensive motivation and life transformation, and one of the key features of the event is that there is a firewalk that you do. So I was desperate to attend this event, and as you can imagine, as a young 19-year-old, I didn't have much money. So I had to go to my dad and ask for money to go to this event. Now, to put things in context, I'm from an immigrant family. Dad was doing 3 jobs to keep it all together and to create a new life for us. And so I had to explain why I needed this money. And so Dad says, "So what's this event that you want to go to, Sydney?" And I said, "Well, there's going to be thousands of people there. And in fact, Oprah went to this event in Miami. There'll be African drums playing and there's a fire and you can walk, we're going to do a firewalk." And Dad sort of had a bit of a think and he looked down at his shoes and looked back up and he said, "Son, how about I cook a great Armenian barbecue in the backyard with real fire and real coals and you walk on my fire?" So that's where the story started, and I ended up going to the event, and it was a great event. And to this day, 26 years later, Dad still reminds me at every family get-together that I still haven't paid him back for that event. Now, putting all jokes aside, many years later, as I reflect on that response and that story, there was a hidden message in my dad's response which I've come to really appreciate, and that is, in life, to become your extraordinary, you absolutely have to rely on yourself, and to walk on your own fire is the metaphor for me, or to walk on my fire is the metaphor on trusting myself and not anything from the external world to become our extraordinary. So what is it about our extraordinary? What is our extraordinary? Well, when I think about it, at our extraordinary, it's where we're getting the recognition that we deserve for who we are and what we do. It's where opportunities open up for working on the things that we want to work on and working with the people that we want to work with. And from an income perspective, it's where we're getting the income that we deserve and is reflective of the value that we're creating in life. You could argue that when we're at our extraordinary, we are in a state of flow. It's where we're satisfying our mental, emotional, spiritual, financial needs. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? So why is it that most people are struggling with the ordinary, let alone becoming their extraordinary? Well, after 20 plus years of running my own businesses, having success and failure, being a dad to 3 kids, and for the last number of years being a coach to people and teams creating high performers, I can tell you there are 3 blocks that are in our way that stop us from becoming our extraordinary. These 3 blocks are the mirror, the whistle, and the compass. Let me explain. The mirror is all of our self-talk. You know, that noise that's in the side of our heads, that voice that's inside of our heads that starts very early in the morning, the minute we get up, and often we're not even mindful of what it's telling us. But it's all the stories that are telling us why things aren't good about us, right? You know, I'm an immigrant, I came to this country, couldn't speak the language, I was teased as a child, I've had business failure, I've had health issues, I've had relationship breakups, I'm gay, I'm straight, I'm male, I'm female, all the reasons that we pile on, all the stories that are running that are just not working for us. That's the mirror. The whistle is external noise. That's society telling us things, and for some crazy reason, we treat it as authority. And often it starts at home. Your parents having an opinion about what you should do with your life, your in-laws having an opinion on how you should raise your kids, your church having an opinion about something, the way you should be leading your life, your university, your school, all the way to Instagram, where we're constantly judging ourselves to other people's goals and standards and objectives, and then we're wondering why we're not feeling great about who we are and not hitting our extraordinary. And finally, the compass is the misalignment to our true north. So what we're thinking and feeling on the inside, we're not portraying and pursuing on the outside. And so effectively, we could argue that we're sort of living a fake life, an inauthentic life. And put all these three things together, it's no wonder then we're not hitting our extraordinary. So what do we do from here, right? How do we become our extraordinary? So the first thing we need to do is we need to have the courage to imagine and in detail design what our extraordinary looks like. So as a takeaway from today's talk, I want you to go and reflect on who is the extraordinary version of you, and how you respect that person, what they do, what they've achieved, how they think, how they act, and write it down. It's a great little exercise for you to do for yourself. And the second thing we need to do to become our extraordinary is to make sure that we address the mirror, the whistle, and the compass, right? So go and think about what is it that's stopping you from becoming your extraordinary, and I bet you can classify it in one of these three categories, and be mindful and deliberate about designing the next version of you, and have the courage and the joy in your heart that you can do this. So thank you for being with me today. I certainly have now learnt that I'll be walking on my own fire, and I'm encouraging you to go and walk on your fire. Have a great day and see you next time.
I hear this a lot. People talk about creating a vision for the future. They talk about how do we create something that really moves other people to action. Maybe they don't use those words exactly, but they're asking those questions of how do we create something that's meaningful? Because in our day and age, obviously, we want things to be more authentic, more transparent, more meaningful, right? Now, this is, I know there's several books on this, several people talk about this, but I think there's a really simple way to look at how to create a powerful and meaningful vision that inspires other people to actually move and take action. And the first thing is that they have to start in the future. See, most visions are started in the present day and we project forward, right? And if we project forward, really what we're doing is we're taking what we know now, our own limitations of what's actually possible, and we're projecting those on a time period that we've never experienced. And so this is why so many visions are timid or they're safe, is because we're doing what we know we're capable of doing, and it feels good, and it's something that can be achieved. But a powerful vision is something that looks very different than what we see now. So when we create a powerful and meaningful vision that moves other people to action, we have to start in that future. We have to start in that future place and look backwards to say, how did we get here? Because most visions are, let's start where we are and talk about where we want to go. And this is one of the most important parts, because we have to really get clear on what's important to us. We don't have to get specific on the details of exactly how we're going to do this, but we have to know that this is the place we're trying to get to. Now let's go stand there and figure out how we got there. So that's the first thing that has to happen. We have to start in the future and then look backwards and figure out how we got there. The second thing is that we have to start with the people we serve. You see, most organizations start to think about All right, if we're gonna think about our vision for the future, then we have to think about our industry, we have to think about our business, and we have to ask these questions of how will our business or industry fare in the future? But that's the wrong question to ask, because the success or the relevance of your business is based solely on how you are providing value to the people that you serve. So if you start with you, you're focusing on the wrong thing. So we have to ask a bigger question, which is how do the people that we serve fare in this future, in this context that we could be going into over the next 5 to 10 years? And when you look at it that way, you start to figure out what obstacles might they be facing? What issues may arise when you look at how the future is unfolding and figuring out how will they be impacted? How will, most importantly, their aspirations be affected? Because if you don't consider that, then you are bound to repeat what you do today, your products, your services, and hoping that those are still going to be relevant in 5 to 10 years. So you have to start by asking, how do the people you serve fare in that future? And then the last thing is you have to start to, what you have to do is you have to translate this vision. You have to put this vision into words so that it's accessible, so that it inspires real action. When you think about inspirational visions of the future where people were moved to act, one of the most famous is Martin Luther King. Now, he could have just said, I envision one day where there's racial equality. But no, instead he started to paint a picture of people of different colors and different backgrounds sitting together at the same table eating dinner. This is a three-dimensional picture. That's what a vision is, and you have to put that into words. You have to be able to communicate that effectively. And oftentimes people think if we focus too much on the future or that future vision, then we neglect the present, but that's completely wrong. And the reason why is that everything that we do is future-oriented. Everything we do now is future-oriented, whether we're aware of it or not. And so when you have a powerful vision of what could be, then it changes the way people act today so that together they can create that kind of tomorrow that they're all looking towards. And it gives them the ownership over it too. And that's what it takes to do it.
Positive or negative? Experiences and events that happen in our lives, we don't always know at that time whether it was a positive experience or a negative experience. I've just been speaking at a conference and a young gentleman shared with me that he's just gone through some grief. He's owned retail stores and cafes, and one of the cafes that he's owned has just failed on him. He's had to sell it and sell it at a serious loss. Whoa, woe is me, so he's telling me at conference. My response to him is, well, you just have an opportunity now to begin and start all over again, just a little bit smarter. From those learnings, you can grow. My first foray into business was a failed partnership in pharmacy. I came out with less money than what I'd put in the first place. But from there, I had learned so much that I was able to implement into my next business, which, well, really it was amazing. And we just don't know at the time, positive or negative. The step we need to take, though, is to get back into the game and have the courage to do that. One small step. It's easy to do, it's easy not to do. I'm Peter Turin, and it's your choice. It was Nora Roberts who said, if you don't go after what you want, you'll never have it. If you don't ask, the answer is always no. If you don't step forward, you are always in the same place. So true, so powerful, and so in keeping with the philosophy of easy to do, easy not to do. Yes, I know to go after what you want can take courage, but to ask for help, to ask for directions, it's just a question. So easy to do. To take that first step forward, it is so doable. In fact, it's easy to do. It's easy not to do. I'm Peter Turin. It is your choice.
Hello, and welcome to hour 16 of CARE24.Global. My name is Dex Mitchell, and I'm so excited to be a part of this amazing event. As we continue on this hour, you're going to be hearing from Dave Carroll, who has over 20 million views on YouTube on one video. He is a musician. He's got some amazing things to talk to you about. We're just about to hear from Karen Nyberg. Now, she is an astronaut with over 180 days in space. She's a mechanical engineer for NASA, and so excited. When I heard that I got to introduce Karen Nyberg, I was so excited to be able to do this. Karen, good afternoon, I believe, for you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good. Well, you get to take the stage, and we're excited to hear about everything whenever it comes to keeping optimism in the future. This is Karen Nyberg.
Thank you, Dex. When I was thinking about what I wanted to share today, and I thought about you, the audience, and I thought about where you might be in your life right now. Maybe you are a student, maybe you just started a new career. And I look back to my life and the path that got me to where I am right now. I am about to turn 51 years old, and I recently retired as an astronaut. I've been an astronaut for 20 years. And I came to a realization about something that I wish somebody had shared with me when I was starting out. I remember when I was just 8 years old, NASA had just selected the class of astronauts with the first females. At the same time, the space shuttle program, this new vehicle in development by NASA, it would fly just a few years later. And something struck me then when I was 8, and I decided that I wanted to be an astronaut. And I grew up in a tiny community in central Minnesota, and admittedly, I was a pretty naive little girl, but now I had this dream. And from that point on, motivated by that dream and that goal, I went down this very focused path of trying to reach this goal. When I started college, in hindsight, I see now that I had a pretty narrow worldview. But I also understand that through all of my college, through all of my graduate school, through all of the jobs that I had, every step of the way, every fear that I ever felt, like when I had to get up in front of a group of people to talk, every time I exited my comfort zone, like the first time I learned to scuba dive and taking my mask off 10 feet underwater, every mistake that I made, and there were so many, every disappointment that I ever felt, like the time I was in my first couple years of college and I applied to an internship at Glenn Research Center and I wasn't accepted. Every failure that I met along the way, and then also every success. I know now that every single one of those things brought me a little bit closer to the worldview and the person that I needed to be to reach the goal that I was trying to reach. And then 20 years ago, I was selected as an astronaut. And after several years of pretty intense, lots and lots of training, I had my first opportunity to fly in space in 2008. And I got to fly on the space shuttle. The main goal of that mission, we were in the height of building the International Space Station at the time. And our job as our crew was to deliver and install the Japanese laboratory onto the space station. And we had so much training, and I think that's true with all astronauts. We get to a point that we're so comfortable in what we are doing. We are so focused on the job that launch day comes and we get suited up and we get in the vehicle, and it's all very familiar because we've done that so many times. And we also have this way to compartmentalize and keep the distractions away from our focus. It all changes though at liftoff. The vibrations and the sounds and the G-forces, all of that is not familiar on the first time that you fly. And for me, It was such a surreal experience that sometimes it's just a blur to me. But I did have one important job that I needed to do after we got to orbit. I was tasked to, once the engines cut off, I was supposed to take off my gloves, my helmet, which is all new without gravity, stuff it into a bag, unbuckle, get out of my seat, learn how to maneuver in zero G very quickly, grab a camera and go to the windows that are on top, looking out of the flight deck of the space shuttle, and get pictures of the external tank, that big fuel tank that was just used up as we launched. And we needed to get pictures of it as it fell back to Earth. And I was so focused on this task, I realized now that I paid no attention to anything else that was happening, this new environment I was in. I just made it work. But once I was done with that task, I had a chance to kind of stop and pause. And I remember, holding on, trying not to float away, holding on, turning around, looking into the cockpit at my colleagues and seeing things floating. And I probably had the biggest grin on my face. And I remember thinking, I did it. I am where I wanted to be, where I dreamt about being when I was 8 years old. I did it. And then about an hour later, we needed to open the payload bay doors. We were carrying the Japanese lab inside the payload bay of the space shuttle. Doors are closed to protect it during launch. But inside the payload bay doors, there are radiators, and we need to get those doors open pretty quickly so that we can reject the heat that the space shuttle is producing. And my buddy Ron and I were tasked to do that. So we go to the aft, the back of the flight deck in the shuttle, and there are two more windows that face backward into the payload bay. Well, it's been dark so far because the doors are closed. And we worked through the procedures meticulously, slowly got them open. And then all of a sudden, for the first time ever, I see the expanse of Earth. And the thoughts, the color, it's so vibrant, so blue. And against the blackest black I'd ever seen in my entire life. It was almost shocking. It was so beautiful. And all these thoughts start going through my head. All these, we just came from there. We just came from that place. And every person I know, except for the crew that's with me, every experience I've ever had, everything is down there. And it also has everything we need, all of our water, all of our air, all of our food, everything we as humans need to live. And so here I was just about an hour ago thinking about, wow, I reached my goal. And then boom, I see the Earth like this. And I think, have I reached my goal? What is my goal? All of a sudden, this path of certainty that I had been taking my entire life, this focus of getting to reach my dream and my goal, was almost shattered by seeing this. My mind was opened. It was time to approach the space station. It takes a couple days. We do a bunch of orbital burns and slowly catch up to the space station in orbit. And first, when you see it, it's a tiny little dot in the distance. And you can see it in this picture, actually, on the right-hand side. And as we get closer, I remember just thinking how beautiful it was and how every single engineering line was so stark on this thing. And even though I had worked on projects as an engineer for the space station, I had learned the space station inside and out in my training as an astronaut. I realized that I'd never really, until I saw it with my own eyes, I never really fully understood the magnitude of the International Space Station. And I don't mean size, even though it is very, very big, but I mean the magnitude in what humanity had accomplished. Hundreds and thousands of people around the world, many countries, worked together to make this happen. And the space station has been flying above Earth now, about 250 miles above Earth, for 20 years. And it has been continually inhabited by people that entire time from multiple nations. And I think this experience of seeing it with my own eyes and actually feeling it really opened my mind to what else could we do? What else could we do as humanity if we picked a goal that was common, and every up to it was really life-changing for me. You know, I had a newfound appreciation for Earth. My mind had opened up so much. That narrow worldview that I had when I started college was really expanding. But until then, everything that was expanding my view was external to me. But then I'd have a chance to see it expand from something inside. I found out I was pregnant with our son, Jack. My husband Doug and I were going to have a baby. I've learned so much raising Jack, and I'm sure most parents can relate to that. And I learned so much because his interests were always so different than my interests. He was interested in dinosaurs from the day he could look at a book. And he became very interested in prehistory and prehistoric mammals. And there was one point where he became very interested in animals that have become extinct since humans have existed, and that became extinct largely because of human activity, like the dodo bird and the Tasmanian tiger. And it really bothered him. I used to read to him a lot. And one time when he was 5 years old, we were reading something about endangered animals. And we read about the Sumatran tiger. And we read about how it is critically endangered. We read about where it's from, what habitats it lives in. And we read about why it's critically endangered. And of course, it's mostly human activity. And when we finished the reading, I said, "Oh, Jack, that makes me so sad." And without skipping a beat, my 5-year-old just said, "I'm not sad, Mommy. I'm angry." And it really made me think. And I was like, yes, we should be angry. We shouldn't be doing this to these animals. We should protect the animals. We should protect their habitats, and we should protect the ecosystems that make this earth work. And it really just, there's so many stories of raising my son where I realized the power that looking through someone else's eyes can have on your own worldview. My second chance to go to space was different than the first. It was 7 years ago. Of course, now my perspective had changed so much with the experiences I had had. And my motivation and my goals for going to space had shifted to some extent. It wasn't so much personal as it had been. And now I had a family. And it was also going to be different because the space shuttle had retired. And this time I was going to be arriving at the space station again, but on a Russian Soyuz. And I would be living at the space station for 6 months. And the crew that I flew up with on the Soyuz, I had a Russian commander, Fyodor, and my other crewmate was an Italian astronaut, Luca. And I was very excited actually because it was Luca's first flight. And, you know, I talked about seeing things through other people's eyes. And I was excited to see him see everything for the first time in space. So the first day we were there at the space station after we arrived, we went up to one of the windows and I remember the shutter was closed. We opened the shutter and it was dark out. And I think Luca was ready to go, "Oh, we'll come back later." But I noticed on the limb of the earth, a little white line. And I knew that the sun was about to rise. And so I really wanted to watch Luca watch this. And so he got himself up real close to the window, and I stayed back a little bit just so I could watch him as he watched. And when the sun starts to rise on space from the space station, the view we see first, it's just a white line on the horizon. And then we start to see some blues. And at that time, the space station starts to get lit up kind of this golden hue. And then it gets brighter and brighter. And the blues start turning darker and different shades. And then red comes in as the sun starts to crest the limb of the Earth. And then finally, once it has completely risen off the limb of the Earth, we see the Terminator on the Earth. And it's very stark. It's very bright on one side and colorful, and you can see the depth of the clouds because of the angle of the sun, and it's pitch black on the other side, and the Terminator slowly goes over. This whole time, the space station lighting up, the solar rays are golden. And after the sun had completely come up, and I had been looking over at Luca, and the entire time he was staring with his mouth agape. And when the process was done, he just said, "How do you describe this?" And that's right. How do you describe this? For me, I want to be able to describe not just visually what I'm seeing, but I want to be able to describe how it makes me feel while I'm watching it. We as astronauts are so fortunate to have this gift of seeing Earth from that vantage point. I wish it is something that everybody would have the opportunity to do. I wish it was something you had the opportunity to do. One of our favorite places on the space station is the cupola. The cupola is nadir facing, means it faces the Earth. There are 7 windows, and we can get a 360-degree view of the Earth from there. And there's times I would just go sit in there, take pictures. Anytime there was downtime, that's a favorite thing for astronauts to do. One time during the summer, Doug and Jack, I knew, were visiting my in-laws in upstate New York, and we happened to pass right over there. And they were on the St. Lawrence River, right off Lake Ontario. And I remember looking down or up and looking at the exact spot that I knew they were. And I felt this immediate connection. I almost wanted to wave, "Hi, I'm right here. Can you see me?" And I started thinking about them. And I started thinking, I wonder what they're doing. I wonder if Jack has napped yet today. I wonder if they're out on the river. I wonder if Doug has had a chance to relax, a little vacation from work. I wonder if Jack's been eating his vegetables. And I just was thinking about them and feeling this connection, like almost I was there. And then we continue on. We're not over any one spot very long when we're orbiting the Earth, and cross the Atlantic. And not half an hour later, we're over Northern Europe, Denmark, Germany, Sweden. And I found myself looking and finding a point and wondering about the people that were there and feeling a connection to them. And I remember thinking, I wonder if there are any little boys Jack's age, or any 3-year-old boys right there. And I wonder what they're doing. I wonder if they like dinosaurs too. I wonder if they live with both their parents. I wonder if their parents get enough vacation. I wonder if the little boy's been eating his vegetables. And I felt this connection to the people. And I noticed that then for the rest of my mission, so many times as I would go and look out the window, and as we would pass Egypt, as we would pass Italy, any of these places, Australia, Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Iran, Peru, Mexico, China, New Brunswick, as we pass India, Tibet, I found myself looking and thinking and relating to all these people that I've never met and I probably never will, relating to them in ways that are relating to them in ways that make us common as people. And I think we tend as people so often to look at the things that make us different, and we don't pay enough attention to the things that we have in common. So what I've realized looking back over all of this is that the journey to get where you are is the real prize. For me, reaching the ultimate goal that I had set for myself when I was 8 was not the prize that I was really looking for. The journey to get there was the prize. All the moments when I was worried that something wouldn't turn out like I'd hoped it would, all the moments that I was scared, all the moments that I was lonely, and all of these highlight moments, a lot of them that I just talked about, all of those things together are what the prize is. So my advice to you is go after the big things, set your goals high and go get them, but be present in the journey at the moment too. Don't miss out what is going on right now because you're so laser focused on the end goal. If you pay attention, you'll find that your worldview is slowly opening up.
Hey guys, wow, that is amazing to hear your speech, Karen, and especially now with everything that's been happening with 2020, you know, to think about that. I love the pictures and kind of we're all on one planet and just kind of feeling that relation to everyone that you're getting to float over as you're going around the globe. So one of the questions I wanted to ask, we have a little bit of time for Q&A, is during your 180 days in space, you know, a lot of us, we see these space movies and we see things go wrong on the station or this or that. And you know, one of the things I noticed in your speech is you almost have like tunnel vision. You've got this job and you've got to do this. What happens when maybe that red light comes on that, hey, something might be off? Did you ever have an experience like that? And what was that like for you? What went on?
We do prepare. And I think the reason we can do that with that tunnel vision is because of our training. And we did have an instance when I was on the space station, Luca, who I had talked about, and our crewmate Chris were out on a spacewalk. And my job was getting them in and out of the airlock and getting them in and out of their suits. Well, we had an emergency where Luca had water leaking into his helmet. And we needed to get him back into the airlock and out of his suit as quickly as possible. And it was, in hindsight, it was worse, I think, sometimes than we feel that it was at the time. He had water all over his head. It was in his eyes, going up his nose. And when the time came to get him, we had never trained for that particular emergency, but we just all worked together and knew what had to be done. And I worked from the inside of space station with the ground team, and our Russian cosmonaut crewmates came over to help, and we just got it done. There's really no time to worry or panic. You just, and largely, like I said, that's largely due to the training we get.
Right. So during your time on the International Space Station, what's your day like? I mean, you know, you talked about having some downtime to be able to go to the room with all the windows, which, by the way, is an awesome social media picture. But you know,
Yes,
how often do you have downtime?
We work every weekday, getting from pretty much 7 in the morning till 6 or 7 at night. And that varies, but we also have workout time during the day. We work out 2 hours a day. And then Saturday, half a day is housekeeping, usually. And then the rest of the day is exercise and free time. And Sunday is usually the day with the most free time, where we get chances to talk to our family on Earth and that sort of thing. Hey, do you mind if I bring in a special guest?
Yeah, of course.
Speaking of living on space station, I don't know how many of you will recognize, this is my husband,
that's
Doug
awesome.
Hurley. Doug was the commander of the SpaceX Crew Dragon that just launched a couple months ago at the end of May. And he just spent 2 months living on space station, and he just arrived back home just over a month ago. And I thought it would be fun to bring him in, since he's obviously here with me. And I don't know if you have any questions for him or...
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us too. So what's it like having, you know, 2 astronauts in the same family? I mean, like, do you guys talk about your day? Is it, I mean, like, what's that like?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, like most couples where they both work, and you share your day regardless of your field. I think with us it's just a little easier because we kind of understand all the underlying things that happen around the office in the day-to-day environment. So I think we understand each other, I think, a little bit more than maybe spouses that come from different lines of work, and maybe have to have a little more context. So in a lot of ways it's easier, and in other ways it can be more challenging. I mean, we've had to make some incredible decisions for family reasons at times, and you have to be in the spotlight at times and then be in a supporting role at times, just because of the way things work with flights and other things that are going on, and then the parenting and all those things. But I think in general for us, I think we both feel like it was easier to kind of understand what the other person was experiencing, rather than maybe somebody who doesn't go through it on a day-to-day basis.
Since we have you on, we only have about 4 minutes, but I did want to ask, you talked about, setting your goals high, and I truly believe in that. I think that's great advice. So for an 8-year-old who might be watching this, or anyone at whatever age, what kind of advice would you give them if they would love to go down the path that you did?
I think it starts with a lot of the cliche things like study hard, always do your best. But also, I would say, pick what you really love to study in school. Once you get to the point where you're in college, pick what you really love. Don't say, I want to be an astronaut, so I need to study engineering, or I need to go in the military, or I need to do what you love, because then you're going to do a better job and you'll thrive in it. And also go out of your comfort zone. Do things that scare you a little bit. For me, it was talking in front of people when I was younger. And you have to do it, just do it. And so getting out of your comfort zone, working as hard as you can, and people, your teachers and everybody's going to know if you're working your hardest. You don't have to be the best student there is, but you have to be the hardest working student.
Absolutely. Love it. 3 minutes left. So parenting, with both of you being astronauts and having these missions where you're away for a long time, what's that like?
Well, I think it's a lot like, families that have, military members that deploy, or perhaps having jobs that are overseas in different industries where they're gone for long periods of time. I think it's very similar. And kind of like I mentioned before, you have to just, it's a total team effort 24/7, regardless of whether you're there or not. I think Karen, in some cases, people, especially for mothers, tend to have issues with, somebody going away for 6 months to go to space and live their dream and do something for the greater good. And I think, she parented right along with me, even though she was in space for that 6 months. She sent a video to our son every day, which I thought was incredible. And knowing full well the effort that takes just to do that, and send a video message every day, and notes. And our son at the time was very young, only 3. And then just the emotional stability that you need to provide each other, because it's a stressful time, certainly for the family members on the ground, because the best you can do in a space mission is they come back. Everything else is a lot worse. And so knowing that stress, and knowing that the parent on the ground is going through, not only because their loved one is in space, but also because they're kind of holding down the fort, so to speak, at home and managing the household. And then, when you come back, reintegrating into the family that has changed after, in my case, 2 months, or in Karen's case, 6 months, the dynamic changes, and you have to slowly reinsert yourself into that new normal. And that is a task that's not easy either. So, and just, the thing is you just support each other. I mean, that is the bottom line. You're a team, and it's a team effort to make our family successfully get through these things. And I think, we have worked very hard to try to do that and support each other, not only in our careers, but support each other, at home and raising our son.
I love that. And thank you guys so much for all that you do. I know the hard work and the effort that you guys have to put into this, and it's amazing to be able to speak with you. Karen, I wanted to ask one last question. As this CARE24 continues, we're all about meeting the future with optimism. So any last words that you would like to say to our audience?
Yeah, I know being optimistic sometimes can be hard, but I think we need to be optimistic to bring each other up, to bring each other out of times and just help each other.
Love it. Thank you guys again so much. Thank you for all you do. It's been great speaking with you as we move into our next segment. Thanks again to Karen Nyberg and to Doug, our surprise guest. It was great to talk to you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Hold on. Thanks.
I flew United Airlines on my way to Nebraska. The plane departed Halifax, connecting in Chicago's O'Hare. While on the ground, a passenger said from the seat behind me, "My God, they're throwing guitars out there." The band and I exchanged a look, best described as terror, at the action on the tarmac and knowing whose projectiles these would be. And so before I left Chicago, I alerted 3 employees who showed complete indifference towards me. United. Just admit it, I should have flown with someone else or gone by car. 'Cause United breaks guitars. When we landed in Nebraska, I confirmed what I'd suspected. Mike Taylor'd been the victim of a vicious act of malice at O'Hare. So began a year-long saga of pass the buck, don't ask me, and I'm sorry, sir, your claim can go nowhere. So do all the airlines people from New York to New Delhi, including kind Miss Earlwig, who says the final word from them is no. I've heard all your excuses and I've chased your wild gooses, and this attitude of yours I say must go. United, you broke my Taylor guitar. United, some big help you are. You broke it, you should fix it. You're liable, just admit it. I should have flown with someone else or gone by car. 'Cause United breaks guitars. Well, I won't say that I'll never fly with you again, 'cause maybe to save the world I probably would, but that won't likely happen. And if it did, I wouldn't bring my luggage, 'cause you'd just go and break it into 1,000 pieces, just like you broke my heart when United breaks guitars. United, you broke my Taylor guitar. United, some big help you should have flown with someone else or gone by car. 'Cause United breaks guitars. Yeah, United breaks guitars. Yeah, United breaks guitars.
Hey, Dex Mitchell here again. I was super excited. I actually host radio shows in South Carolina, in Tennessee, and Hawaii, and Alabama. And when they told me that Dave Carroll was coming on, I remember watching this video that we just played for you, and it has gotten over 20 million views on YouTube. Dave Carroll is a singer-songwriter, and he definitely has a lot of optimism, and you can always take a look at his website at davecarrollmusic.com. I introduce Dave Carroll right now. Hello, sir.
Hey, Dex,
The
how are you?
stage is yours. Good. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Well, just over 10 years ago, everybody, I posted a video to YouTube, the one you just watched, called United Breaks Guitars. And at the time, I had been a 20-year musician with my brother Don in our band called Sons of Maxwell. And we were traveling to Nebraska by way of Chicago with United Airlines. And we landed, and somebody on the plane saw baggage handlers throwing our guitars. And it turned out that my $3,500 Taylor guitar that I didn't have $3,500 for when I bought it was really badly damaged. And the airline didn't want to take responsibility. And after 9 months of me trying to get them to take responsibility for the damage to the guitar, they finally said, I didn't open a claim within 24 hours, so they were not responsible. And I disagreed with that. And so I promised that customer service rep by email that I had other tools at my disposal, and I would get my friends together in the film and the music industry, and we together would make 3 music videos. And our goal would be to get 1 million views in the next year with all 3 videos combined. And we spent $150 on that first video, and it got popular very quickly. We posted it on July 6th in 2009, and today it's got 20 million views. It was the #1 most watched video in the world for the month of July, and it was the #6 most watched music video of any kind in the world for the month of July in 2009. There have been over 400 books that have been written that talk about this story in one way or another, and there's a big festival called South by Southwest in Austin, Texas, and I was speaking there one day, and a man in uniform came up to me and he said, Mr. Carroll, I'm with the United States Marine Corps, and all of the top generals have studied your video, which I thought was kind of cool. But the coolest thing of all that's ever happened to me in probably my life is that thanks to this video, United Breaks Guitars was a $1,000 question on the game show Jeopardy in the United States, which is a big show. So I thought that was pretty neat. And in the last 10 years, lots of funny, amazing things have happened to me because of that video, including skills that I didn't have before I launched it. I've now become a speaker because of that. I was asked to share my story all over the place, and I've now taken it to 34 countries around the world where I talk about customer service and branding and storytelling and social media. I've become an author and enjoyed the process of writing a book and seeing it through and being able to tour with a bunch of really interesting authors from the same publishing company. There's a thing called software as a service, or SaaS. Well, I developed my own version of SaaS. I call it songwriting as a service. And that means I write songs for people in organizations that maybe don't have the ability to write songs, and I try and bring out the essence of their best selves. And I find that to be really rewarding work as well. But for the time today, I'd like to focus on what I think is the biggest insight that had an effect on me because of this video. And it took years for me to zero in on what that was. Early on, when I was asked, Dave, why do you think the video was so successful? I would reply that I thought it was because you and I and everyone in the world are fundamentally connected with one another. And I still believe that. And how else could it be that the video could get so popular so quickly? I received 10,000 emails from people around the world in the first couple of weeks after the video was launched, and they came from all areas. The media, there were requests for interviews from all over the world, from CNN to Al Jazeera, There were companies that were reaching out to say they'd like me to come speak at their company to share the story, or they were just telling me that they were using it as a case study themselves to make a better company for themselves and their employees. And of course, there were consumers around the world who were reaching out, and some of them were from places where English wasn't their first language, but they were trying hard to communicate. Places like Japan and China and Germany and Brazil. And they were saying things like, congratulations on the video, keep it up, you're doing something great for all of us. And often though, they would say, I wish that I was a musician because then I would have a voice too. So it became apparent that United Breaks Guitars was a conversation starter for people who had different customer service issues. But I realized quickly that most people in the world, it seemed, didn't believe that they had a powerful story to share, or at least they didn't know how to effectively share the story. And so early on, I had a couple of important insights and realizations. And the first one is that our story, or your story, is the biggest differentiator that you've got to separate yourself from anyone else in the world. And your story is the basis of every relationship that you will ever value. That's how important stories are. And even with your unique story, the same story can unite people that are perfect strangers. Why? It's because we're fundamentally connected with one another. So stories are powerful stuff. People say social media connects us. I don't believe that it does. I think it's a mistake to say that, because I think social media only allows us to experience the connection that we already have. And that's kind of an important distinction. So when I thought about all that, I then considered, if we have a fundamental connection with other people, and maybe it implies that we have a fundamental obligation to care more for other people. And that was the day that I created a model around compassion, using compassion as a tool to build a better story. A story that's congruent with your brand, one where you don't have to consider what version of yourself you're going to present to the world that day because it's a different audience, or it's a different day, and your story changes. Because how many people on a daily basis are being taken down on social media because they present themselves as one way and show themselves in another way, and it's incongruent with their brand. So I decided to build a unifying brand, and I called it Compassionate Design. And let's talk about compassion just to make sure we're clear on what I think that means with regard to this. When I was thinking about this a couple of years ago, I decided to go to the dictionary to start. And the dictionary had a very simple definition that made a lot of sense to me. The dictionary said that compassion is the deep awareness of the suffering of another and the willingness to alleviate it. So it really only has two components. It has, you have to be aware and mindful of a problem or a pain point or suffering in somebody, and you have to be willing to solve the problem or alleviate the pain or suffering. So compassion, in this sense, it's a verb. It's an action verb that requires you to do something when you see a problem. And that became the basis of compassionate design. The premise of the model is that if it's in the dough, it's in the cookies, meaning that if you put it in early, you'll see it again later. And so if you are intentional about looking for problems and solving them, you end up creating a habit for yourself of trying to make the world a better place. And it becomes a self-replicating habit. So if it's in the dough, it's in the cookies. And it becomes part of your DNA. And that is awesome for your brand when you can do that. There's 3 steps to the compassionate design process. And I like to think of them as the 3 L's. Love, look, and look again. Sounds French, but it's not. The first one is love. Do you maybe recall the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? If you don't, Maslow was a psychologist who was practicing in the 1940s, and he built this model based upon a pyramid. And the pyramid at the bottom was the lowest, most basic part of living, where you had to get your physiological needs met before you could do anything else, meaning you had to have food and shelter before you could think about anything beyond that. And as you go up the pyramid, you get to the top. And at the top of this pyramid is self-actualization. And to be self-actualized means that you're living on purpose, you're living the life you always envisioned for yourself that you should be living, and life is great. But to get to that top, to get to self-actualization, you need to get through that last stage, which is self-love and self-respect. And I think that's been one of the biggest limiting factors for people to be successful and happy in life, because they don't love and respect themselves enough. There's plenty of people who are very caring and they do amazing things for others, but they maybe don't understand who they are and the power that they have to change the world and be kind to themselves. They maybe don't understand that they have a superpower that lives in their own story, and that story can change the world. So not sharing that story is actually being irresponsible to everyone you're connected with. And so I advocate that you should respect and love yourself a little bit more and make it a practice. And most of all, don't let anybody tell you that you're not capable and worthy of reaching your ultimate potential. So that's the first one, love. The second one is look. And by that I mean you have to look for the individual in everyone you meet. We see problems all over the world right now. I've never seen the world so disconnected politically on race and politics, and it's sad to see. And I think it's always rooted in the fact that people put other people into groups. They don't seem to want to see the person that they're looking at as an individual, and we should avoid doing that. People love when others have seen their uniqueness and the value that they bring. It makes other people feel good. I know I've felt that way. It makes me feel great when people see something I've done and applaud that. And so I think that we should try to be the type of people who look for the uniqueness and the brilliance in other people and give them that attention. And if you are that type of person, watch what happens next, because it's pretty amazing when you see how that unfolds and it mirrors back to you and it sends ripples out in different ways. So that's the second one. You have to first love and respect yourself. Look for the individual is the second one. And the third is to look again. Love, look, and look again. For look again, I'm talking about to look at the individual you just saw and then to see yourself in them. Because with everybody you meet, if you take the time, you will eventually see yourself in every other person because we're fundamentally connected. And if you love and respect yourself first, then you will find something to love and respect in somebody else, even if you don't agree with them in some way. It's a great basis for relationship building and something you can use to build a valuable relationship going forward. So that's compassionate design in 3 easy steps. Now, for my personal story, every musician I know has had a broken guitar by an airline if they've been in the business long enough. So there was nothing remarkable at all about my guitar being broken by an airline, but there was something about the way that I told the story that made it resonate with people, and I've spent 10 years trying to understand why. But today, I spend part of my time trying to speak to people who might not know that they have an amazing story to share and value to the world, and I try and convince them that they're wrong. And it's pretty amazing when I'm successful at doing that. A couple of years ago, I had when I was just working on this compassionate design model in New Jersey, I was coming back and I had to fly home to Halifax through Newark. And I got to the airport, and normally I would get to an airport with enough time to safely make my plane, but not get there too early. But in this case, I had 3 hours to spare. And so I decided to have a bite to eat at the food court on the public side of security. And so I sat down, and maybe it's because I had just finished a couple of days of working on compassionate design and I was feeling the love, or maybe it was just because I was alone and at the table and was just more aware of my surroundings. But I was sitting there, and a homeless looking man, walked past me, and he went to a garbage can. And he started going through the garbage, and he was picking up leftover pieces of food, and he was eating them, some of them. Some he was putting back. In fact, he took a smoothie that had a little bit of smoothie left in it, and it looked really awful. And he almost tasted it, but he put it back, and I was glad he did because it looked so bad. And then he walked past me to another garbage can, and he did the same thing. And he was very sly and subtle about it. He didn't want to draw attention to himself, and as far as I could see, nobody else had seen him or noticed him. But when he walked past me again, I stopped him and I said, "Excuse me, are you hungry?" And he said, "Yeah, I am." And I said, "Well, look at these restaurants. Go ahead and pick something, anything you want. I'll buy you lunch." And he looked down at me and he said, "Well, what you have looks good." So I said, "I just got it at this Chinese food place right here. So it cost me $11. Here you go." And so he went and stood in line. I said, "If you want to join me, come back." And after he had gone, I looked at my receipt, and my receipt said it was $11.50. I hadn't given him enough. So I took another $1 over to him and I said, "Here's another buck. It wasn't enough. It was $11.50, but I'm just over there if you want to join me." So a couple of minutes later, he came back to the table and he put the money back on the table, but he had his food. And I said, "What happened?" And he said, "Well, as soon as you gave me the $1, the man behind me offered to pay for my lunch. So here's your money back." So I gave him that money and I said, well, now you've got another one. And we started talking. And I said, what's your story? And it turned out that he had a really interesting story. He said when he was a teenager, he was living in foster care. He didn't have a lot of options, but he had to get a job. He had grown up. And so he decided he was going to join the U.S. Navy. And that's what he did for the last 12 years. And through that time, he had worked on submarines, fast attack submarines and nuclear submarines. And he said while he was on the nuclear subs, he was working near the reactor, and they all have a gauge that they wear on their belt to monitor radiation levels. And he said it never really went into the danger area, but it was close. And for whatever reason, he ended up getting bladder cancer. And he still had great respect for the Navy. In fact, he wanted to go back in when he was better, but the Navy paid for some operations, and that included having to remove some of his bladder. So he had to wear a diaper because he was prone to pee himself. And he was having some different troubles that he was sharing with me. And it was really moving. And he explained that he was maybe going to have another operation that would prevent him from ever having children, but he was hesitant to take that operation because he dreamed that maybe one day he could meet a woman that would love him enough to want to start a family with him. And that was really moving. And then he looked down, he saw my guitar, and he said, what's that about? And so I told him about the whole United Breaks Guitars experience. And he said, dude, that's the funniest thing I've ever heard. I said, I wanted to be a musician when I was young. I just didn't have the options or support. So I joined the Navy. It's all cool, but he really liked that story. So we were getting along well. And then he revealed why he was there. He was trying to go to the USO office at the airport, and he made one mistake, or he was at fault in one way, in that he didn't know how to ask for help to get home because he didn't have the $20 to get on a train to get back to New York City. And so he had been there for 4 days. So I gave him $20 and I said, go home. And he didn't have much of his face exposed because he had a big beard and he had a hat on, but you could see his cheeks and they instantly got red. And he started to cry. And he said, man, I've been here for 4 days, sleeping in the garage every night. And this was in January where it's cold in winter. And he said, when you don't have a roof over your head, you've got nothing. And he said, nobody has offered to help me in the last 4 days, so thank you. And we shook hands, and he walked away, and I never heard from him again. But then the story got even more interesting because I left the table, and I had to go catch my plane, and I walked away feeling fantastic. Not proud of myself, like I had done something great, and I was patting myself on the back. It wasn't like that. I felt fulfilled, which is a much different feeling. Being fulfilled comes from the heart. Feeling pride, I think, comes from the head. And I felt fulfilled by that, and I wanted to share the story. So I got through security, and I typed it up, and I sent it out on Facebook, and I didn't edit it. I didn't care how long it was, but it ended up being around 1,300 words. It was really long, and if you know that on social media, nobody wants to read a 1,300-word post. But apparently I was wrong about that, because the next day it got very popular. Not like United Breaks Guitars, but it was the most popular post that I shared since United Breaks Guitars. It had thousands of likes and thousands of comments, and people were saying things like, I know someone in my community that I'm going to try and help the next time I see them. Thanks for that. And probably some people were just reading it. But maybe for 5 or 10 or 15 minutes, people were looking at that and feeling good about it rather than watching the news, where the news will tell you how different we are, how we should hate somebody else and get angry and see ourselves as separate. This whole experiment ended up being something that brought people together, and it made people feel good. And so from a compassionate design lens, this story packs quite a punch. I had the deep awareness to see this man suffering and the willingness to help him, and it was easy. I just gave him a few dollars, but I felt fulfilled. And I helped someone in the process, and sharing the story helped inspire others. It made me want to do more of it, and it was all fueled by compassion by design. That's what compassionate design is. And it's effortless. That's the biggest reward. So it's not a bad return on investment for $32. You never know the depth of the impact a small effort will have on others, but you need to know that you're capable of making one. So I encourage people to never confuse not knowing how something's going to work out with knowing that you're capable of making an impact. And I love the saying that now is better than perfect. You don't need to be perfect and have everything worked out before you go. And that's with limitations now. I'm not talking about with like Karen as an astronaut who you just heard from. it's important that she probably runs a few simulations before she goes into space. But I'm talking about for the rest of us, most human beings, we don't need to be perfect before we jump in to see how things go. We're in 2020. The year 2020 equals crazy times for me. Professionally, pretty much everything I do requires an audience, and people aren't allowed to gather like they used to. So in most ways, I have more uncertainty in my life now that I've had in a very long time. I'm a 52-year-old work in progress, and I have no idea how any of this is going to work out. But I realize that I've never had an idea how anything's going to work out. I just tend to jump in, see how it goes, and fortunately, I've tended to land on my feet when I've shown up with intention. Because in my experience, good things happen when you show up with intention. You don't have to know how it's all going to work out. You just got to come in with the right attitude. So I also notice that the best things happen out of left field if you're open to them and if you lead with your heart. But I'm also the father of 2 sons, and they don't have the 40-plus year head start that I've had to learn these things that I've just talked about. They don't know with their heart. And when I say with their heart, I mean in their heart, because if you don't know something in your heart, you don't know it. They don't know that we're fundamentally connected with everyone on the planet, and they're not sure that we have a fundamental obligation, and they're probably not certain that compassion is a free and extremely contagious tool to experience this universal connection we all have. And I'm pretty sure my boys don't know they have a superpower yet that lives inside their own story. A story that needs to be told, or you shortchange the world by not telling it. So they probably don't know yet that you've got to show up with intention, and that it's a prerequisite for success in writing a more compelling story. So my job as a 52-year-old dad is to be a lighthouse for my boys, to help them learn faster and make a deeper impact than I ever could. So I wrote a song. The irony is that I wrote the song for my sons, but it wasn't until after I'd written it that I looked at the lyrics from a different perspective, and it kind of slayed me because I realized these lyrics were just as relevant for me. They were as important for me to hear as they were for my boys. Because even if you know who you are and the power that you have to change the world, you can forget sometimes if you don't practice compassion. Because compassion is a practice. You have to stay up on it. And so maybe compassionate design is something that you can use in your own daily life to make a bit of a shift and keep you centered. And I hope you do. Because we're all just works in progress, I believe. And maybe our purpose here is to simply reveal the masterpiece that's been living in all of us, always. Not just others, but yourself as well. And that could be the difference in your life. Imagine what we could do if we only knew that. So this song is called The Giant. I'm going to back up and play it here. And make one little change. There's nothing you could do, there's nothing you could say to cause the love I have for you to shrink or fade away. There's nothing about you I would change, but one thing I regret is that you don't recognize the giant I see as of yet. But I'm gonna work on you. Yes, I'm gonna work so hard on you. One day you'll realize the impact that you've made when you look behind and see the giant footprints that remain. And you'll love the one you've always been without being afraid. And I'll know my work is through when you see the giant in you.
nothing more I want of you, but one thing that I fear is that you may never love the face that looks back in the mirror. And I know that my words are weak, but this is where we start, and they'll take on new meaning when you know them in your heart. 'Cause I'm gonna work on you. Yes, I'm gonna work so hard on you. One day you will realize the impact that you've made when you look behind and see the giant footprints that remain, and you'll love the one you've always been without being afraid. And I'll know my work is through when you know the giant in you. There's nothing you could do, there's nothing you could say to cause the love I have for you to shrink or fade away. 'Cause I'm gonna work on you. Yes, I'm gonna work so hard that one day soon you'll know the giant is you.
Wow. Dave Carroll, amazing speech from him. One of the things that you've noticed in hour 16 is people who have made an impact and done truly amazing things, and remind us all that we all can do these kinds of things. We can all have this kind of impact, and that's what CARE24 is all about. Keeping the future and keeping that in mind and facing it with optimism. We will be back here in just about 4 minutes with 3 women who have done just that. I can't wait to introduce you to them. Right now, one more song from Dave Carroll.
When the world stops ending and we catch our breath, will we know ourselves better at all? What will life look like and what will be left? Will we have the same problems to solve? When the world stops ending and we're back on our feet, what will we do with our time? Will we place our importance on the bitter or sweet and leave what is best left behind? From here to Manhattan, I hope that it happens. We love so much better than ever before, and find buried treasure in moments we measure, and help one another without keeping score. When the world stops ending once more.
daylight to dark, to make up for all that we missed. Will a new light erase? Will our fear be replaced when the world stops ending? From here to Manhattan, I hope that it happens. We love so much better than ever before, and find buried treasure in the moments we measure, and help one another without keeping score. When the world stops ending, from here in Manhattan, I hope that it happens. We love so much better than ever before, and find buried treasure in the moments we measure, and help one another without keeping score. When the world stops ending and we catch our breath, will we know ourselves better at all?
Welcome to hour 17 of our Care 24. It's been an amazing show so far. We've been speaking with so many different kinds of people across the globe, and now we have 3 leaders that we would like to introduce you to. These 3 people have been able to not only show innovation while starting their companies, they've also been able to help the world whenever it comes to recycling waste and finding new ways to use that. I can't wait to introduce you to these 3. So let's start with Stephanie Benedetto. Stephanie Benedetto is known as the Queen of Raw, turning pollution into profit. Let's go ahead and talk with her real quick. I'm going to let all 3 of our speakers introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about what they do. Stephanie Benedetto, hello.
Hey, Dex, thank you for having me. We're really excited to be here. So as you heard, my name is Stephanie Benedetto, and I'm the Queen of Raw. Every single year, little known fact, $120 billion worth of unused fabrics just sits in warehouses collecting dust or being burned or sent to landfill. And I know about this problem because my family has actually been in the fashion and fabrics business for over 100 years. And that wasted fabric, it's all polluting our drinking water. One t-shirt actually takes 700 gallons of water to produce. And so this is the problem that I'm here to tackle head on. Queen of Raw has built a global marketplace for anyone from a student maker, crafter, quilter, to the biggest fashion brands and retailers in the world to be able to buy and sell their unused textiles, keep them out of landfill, and help that turn that pollution into profit. We've actually already saved over 1 billion gallons of water, so we're really proud of that. I'm doing what I'm doing for my 4-year-old son and my newborn. I want them to have clean water to drink, clothes that aren't toxic to wear, and a planet to live on. I know that together we can solve the world's water crisis. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Anne Runnell is a founder and visionary of Reverse Resources. We wanted to introduce you to this panel as well. Anne Runnell, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Just a few words to introduce what Reverse Resources is about and what I am building. We are tackling quite the same problem as what Stephanie was just talking about, textile waste. It's just we are focusing on the cutting scraps and small bits and pieces of textile waste and helping that to reach recycling so that fashion industry can start using its own waste as a resource again. And we are doing our building a tracking and trading platform for textile waste and focusing currently on the waste coming from the factories in Bangladesh. Thanks.
Absolutely. So excited to have you on. And now we go to Brenda Katusajay. She is the CEO of Wazi Recycling. And some of the things that you are doing in Uganda are absolutely amazing. As I've been reading up about you, I'm really excited for you to be a part of this panel as well. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I am excited too, Dex, and it's really wonderful to meet you, Stephanie and Anne. Thank you so much for making the time. Once again, I am the co-founder of, we say Wazi, yeah, because it's shorter, but Wazi is tackling the plastic waste problem. But we're also tackling another problem which has to do with making eye care more affordable, particularly for people within low and medium income countries. So we recycle plastic waste and make affordable eyewear in Uganda. And that way we can be able to cut the cost of eye care by over 80%. Yeah, so that's what we do in Uganda, and we've been in business for 3 years now.
Wow, amazing. So as we start this panel, all three of you have in common is that your companies have been able to find a way to recycle a lot of waste product, things that would be going back into landfill or being burned or anything along that lines. And some people don't even know that these kinds of products are being wasted the way they are. Now, in 2020, what kind of challenges have you seen with the pandemic whenever it comes to trying to be able to fix these kinds of problems?
I mean, 2020 has obviously been a very unique time, but in that, I know we all talk about it, there's a unique opportunity for us to do better today and build a better future for tomorrow. 2020, we clearly are in a crisis of supply, right? More unused inventory, waste from plastic to fabrics and across categories and industries around the world, just sitting there, right? And getting burned or buried in landfill. And I think if nothing, what good can come out of this, it's that the world has woken up to these issues. When I first started this business years ago, a lot of people didn't realize what a big problem this is. And fast forward to today, it has become top of mind for so many people, for so many consumers who care about purchasing something that is made out of waste or secondhand and has a longer, better life. And also for businesses who realize that this isn't just about doing good, although that's a huge amount of it. There's also opportunities here for economic sustainability if we look at waste as a valuable resource here. So, I think that tends to sometimes get lost when we talk about circular economy. You assume that it's going to cost you more to be sustainable, but with business models like the ones that we all have here, using waste as a resource, keeping it in circulation longer, it cuts costs. It helps businesses save and make money while doing better and doing good. And how can you say no to that? So I think Absolutely. In that opportunity.
Brenda, with your company, not only are you doing the waste plastic and being able to recycle it for glasses and things along that lines, but you do have an app that allows people to be able to get vision tests and things along that lines. I would feel like during 2020 that has been more helpful than ever whenever it comes to fighting the pandemic as well.
Yes, Dex, although I have to say that the app is not 100% accurate, so we still have to combine it with other means of testing. So that actually has been a challenge. And now we have been presented with an opportunity to fast track this development, because before the pandemic, we are taking our time and thinking that we have quite a lot of time, but now we see a missed opportunity. We could have actually used that chance to dive in and use that technology to grow. So it has really showed us that, we need to work faster. So as of now, it's about 80% accuracy. So it's not 100% accuracy. So we can't really rely on it 100%. But we're also innovating around distribution and supply chain and trying to digitize that process. And that's the process that we are thinking about. And the good thing that the pandemic has showed us is that it's actually possible, and that there are things that about the business model that have to change for us to stay in business and to stay winning so that we can tackle these problems head on. Yes.
And Ronald, so one of the things that you said in your introduction is that you are doing kind of fighting the same kind of battle whenever it comes to the fashion industry with the waste. And I'm new to this. As I'm learning about the amount of waste that happens in the fashion industry, I was blown away. And so one of the things that you focus on a lot of the smaller scraps and things along that lines. How do you, using innovation and technology, how do you get the scraps and the things that are being wasted to buyers and people that can actually turn that into new fabric? How does that work?
Well, first of all, the waste problem is kind of a hidden issue that the industry hasn't ever actually known. There is no about how much waste there is, because there is no statistics. There is no public data available to even know how much waste is there. So first thing we started with was to understand how much is their production waste, because we hear a lot about post-consumer waste, but actually there is almost 50% of all the fiber that is going into the production stays behind as waste, and it never even reaches the consumer. So the volume of waste from many different stages of production all together, it just adds up to quite a lot of material that is good quality resource. And what we discovered through our research was that the recycling industry is actually there, has been there for ages. It's just that the textile waste in countries like India or Pakistan or Turkey, where a lot of recycling happens, it is turned into other materials like nonwovens or used in car industry or furniture stuffing, all kinds of uses to that. But now what's happening is that fashion industry there is a lot of innovation happening that helps to turn that waste back into very high quality yarns and fabrics. So that we can use the waste in a much higher value level and start replacing the virgin materials with recycled materials. And the industry is expecting a complete boom in that area. So we've kind of understood that it's not actually anymore a technological challenge, because the innovation around technologies has been done. It's a matter of scaling it up, and it's really a matter of having data and understanding where is the waste, because now we have to kind of mine it in a different way. It's all around the globe. We have to kind of understand where to capture it, where to find it, and bring it together and turn that into resource. So we kind of like look at the complete different restructuring of a supply chain. And yeah, it's very exciting.
Absolutely.
And it's actually interesting that you mentioned that, because, in so many ways, the fashion industry historically has been so against adopting technology as a solution. Sometimes they're still doing things the way my great grandfather did in the 1890s, right? With pen and paper. But that's why there are all these problems, but also opportunities. And I guess one little add-on is part of maybe why 2020 has been such a unique time is we're all connecting now through technology. We're sitting here on Zoom, right? And coming together. And I think that's broken through some of the barriers for the fashion industry, because it's forced the hand. You have to adopt technology as a solution to get results these days, because you can't physically depend on, your old school way of doing things and the stores and businesses that are closed or supply chains that have been impacted. You need to leverage technology to find solutions. And I think that's where it's really exciting to see the innovation that's happening, and, for us all here to be a part of that.
Well, Stephanie, speaking of that, one of the things in our discussion the other day, I learned that you actually find rolls and rolls of fabric. It's not just scraps that we're in a challenge with. The waste comes from just unused fabric that hasn't even been cut. That are probably sitting in warehouses that are probably going to end up getting burned or sitting in landfills because it's cheaper to do that. So what do you do with that, and how did you find out about that?
you know, it took some time digging and understanding that the waste has been there. It's always been there, but a lot of times these businesses didn't even know about it, right? It was more profitable for them to keep making more and keep doing new and keep churning out collections than to sit and look at what was going on in their own supply chains. And the stuff accumulates, and it just accumulates until it hits a point where, you know, you have to do something about it. And we're clearly at that point today. And you're right, this isn't just scraps off a cutting room floor, although to Anne's point, that's extremely valuable stuff. It's also, for some of our clients, we have up to 1 million yards of one particular fabric in mint condition, sealed on rolls that unfortunately was going to be burned or landfilled. And fortunately now, with us, with the leveraging technology and a global connected supply chain, we can offer it in a marketplace around the world, and nothing needs to happen to it. It's perfectly good stuff. Leveraging technology, we're actually able, with blockchain and machine learning, to help find the buyer located near where those 1 million yards actually are. So you don't need to ship it all over the world anymore, right? You don't need to bear the shipping costs and the carbon emissions. You can actually find what you need, when you need it, at a steeply discounted price, and located where you're actually manufacturing. And I think that's really the direction of where we're going, and what this future supply chain for any business, this isn't just fashion, any business that produces goods, right, that has a supply chain, creates waste. And how can you leverage that waste to build a future supply chain that is more on demand, more local, more sustainable, and makes economic sense?
Brenda, when it comes to Wazi Recycling, which, by the way, the glasses look amazing. What got you into this? I mean, like the way that you've been able to do this. I mean, there's several different parts to this. I mean, you do have the recycling, making of the glasses, and then you've got the app to lower the cost of the medical to be able to get people's eyes checked. What made you think this? And is the plastic recycling, is that a cheaper way for you to be able to do this and get costs down?
Great. So actually I wear glasses, and just before this call I was wearing my glasses, but I had to take them off so that we didn't have a reflection. So I wear glasses, and I used to work a full-time job, and I was always at my computer day in, day out. And as you can imagine, with time, your eyes start to give you a headache and to hurt. So at the time I had health insurance. And just for your information, only about between 300 to 400,000 people in Uganda out of 42 million people are on health insurance. Yeah, and this is mostly within the formal sector. So not many people have health insurance, and particularly for eye care. So I had to get a pair of glasses, and even when I had insurance, I still had to top up. So that just shows you how expensive eyeglasses in Uganda cost. On average, the minimum that you spend on a pair of eyeglasses will be about $100, and it goes all the way up to $500 in some cases if you want something fancier. But even if it's basic, about $100. So what really inspired me was that I put myself in the shoes of anybody else that didn't have a job, that doesn't have the opportunity that I have to afford these pairs of glasses. What are the alternatives? So I did a bit of research, and I found plastic a very interesting material because it's available. We have so much plastic waste in Uganda, and it's also I could be able to recycle it, and I was able to cut the cost by 80% through producing locally in Uganda. So the idea really is to give an alternative to people that ultimately can't afford the mainstream eyeglasses that are imported into Uganda. So we want to give them not just a basic pair of glasses, but it has to be stylish, it has to be durable, but it also has to be affordable. So that's what really inspired me to get started, and it's been quite an incredible journey ever since.
Absolutely. So Anne Runnell, going to you, what is the challenge? You know, one of the things that I thought was kind of surprising is that not only did we not know what was going on with the fashion industry and how much waste, just exactly how much we were wasting, but when it comes to the fashion industry, have you felt any pushback on trying to fix these kinds of issues? Because it seems to me like it would just be kind of common sense, like, hey, we've got all of this extra fabric. There's got to be a way to recycle it.
Well, I would say the opposite. The industry really wants it, but there isn't the problem that we are solving isn't anything specific to fashion industry. It is specific to the historic way of how our economics and industries work in general. Waste management is usually 1 or 2% of a company cost, whatever industry you work at. And it's usually, historically, always has been like, even at your home, you push waste out of the door for somebody to handle it. You don't want to manage it yourself because it's not part of your daily business. And as soon as we push it out the door, and if nobody tells us that you should sort it by type, then you mix all the waste up and it just loses the value. And that's the very basic thing, that it's just that when fashion industry operates on a global scale, the supply chain is so spread apart. You don't have one government to say that you have to start sorting your waste. You can't expect the public sector to take care of the problem. You have to, like, that's where we kind of started to look for a business case or like a business angle. What would make the industry want to sort its waste and use it as a resource? And basically what the trick is to, instead of public sector, work with the large brands and create a demand from the brands towards their suppliers to ask them that, please sort your waste, make it, show us how your waste is managed, so that we can make sure that the waste is properly sorted and sent to recycling. That creates that start of a new cycle and creates a new market. So it's quite basic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's
Stephanie,
good news.
go ahead.
Right, to your point, and about where we are today and who's creating the demand and the opportunity. I think you're seeing from the top down now and the bottom up across industries this kinds of a change. You're seeing consumers demand it. They care about it. They want to know where their products came from, the story, the history, the value, who made it, why it's worth what it's worth. That's really personal and important to them to understand. But you're also seeing it from the top down with all the changes in the laws around the world, right? You're seeing it from extended producer responsibility policies, recycling laws, tariffs, trade wars, and obviously now coronavirus. We're actually really excited to be part of an initiative in New York City called the New York Circular City Initiative that is also backed by government and enterprise organizations to change the laws in New York and to propose how it would look like to have a circular economy and how many jobs would be created, what kind of opportunities and economic incentives there are there, and what it would look like. And I think you're seeing this more and more around the world, and an exciting time to be able to be a part of it.
Absolutely. One of the titles that you have at Queen of Raw, and turning pollution into profit, and profit's probably, it has to be high up whenever it comes to these kinds of companies that all three of you run. So what does that look like whenever it comes to tackling an issue like this and starting a new company like this?
You're right. We, are definitely a for-profit business, but with a strong social mission. And like us, our clients, our enterprise customers have stakeholders that they have to answer to, right? They have to make certain decisions with that lens in mind. And so people and planet matter very much for these businesses. They care, but there also has to be some element of profitability into what they're doing at some level. Otherwise, it just doesn't make business sense. And then why would they adopt such a solution? So that's where I think the future holds a lot of interesting opportunities for new kinds of business models, where, for example, with all of us here, by leveraging waste, you can actually save and make money while also doing good and respecting people and planet. And I think the more that we think about that kind of triple bottom line in the decisions that we make and in the business models that we build, then, like I said earlier, how do you say no to that, right? It truly is a win-win-win. And I think that is the direction of where we're going. I hope in the future, we don't even have to use the word sustainability or circular economy anymore, because it's just the way business is done, right? And I think that's where we're going.
Brenda, so when it comes to Uganda and spreading the word out about your app and kind of your sunglasses and your glasses, how do you do that? How do you spread the word out there and get your marketing behind this and all of those kinds of challenges?
Well, Dex, it's actually very interesting to see how it's been growing over the last 3 years since we started. So initially, many people they didn't pay attention to recycling. Yeah, but as we speak right now, we're seeing companies like Coca-Cola coming to look to partner with companies like ours. They're looking for companies that are now adding value to plastic waste. So there has been initially we were reaching out to people through the camps that we mobilize, the eye testing camps that we mobilize, and people get very excited actually when they know, oh, this is made from recycled. No, when they look at it and they see the quality, it's very hard to believe. And then once they start to see other players coming in, and I like the fact that other players are coming in, because ultimately then more work is being done in the research and development field to actually make the cost of recycling even less, and working together with bigger brands, with other companies doing the same thing, the word is starting to go out there. So we did quite a lot of work at the beginning, but now we see that with other people coming in, it's actually becoming a lot easier to state our case, and it really gives me a lot of satisfaction to see that that's been picking up over the years. Yeah.
Absolutely. Same question for Anne. Marketing and getting the word out and kind of spreading the word out about your company and things along that lines. How do you tackle that?
Well, we work very in the back end of the industry, and it's kind of interesting that although fashion industry is so huge, in that niche where we are, it's actually a small club of people. When I go to a conference or a meeting, that it's kind of like a family reunion. So we've kind of understood that for us, it's very like word of mouth and direct sales. So we haven't really been talking too loudly about this ourselves. Because it's kind of like, we know what needs to be done in that sector. It's just that but I think that fashion industry has a bit of problem with being very closed up and not talking to other sectors. And in that sense, one thing that I'm myself fascinated about is bringing the synergy between the fashion industry and the IT sector, that there hasn't been too much digitalization happening in that back end of the industry. We see a lot happening on the consumer end, but inside the core of the industry, the digitalization era hasn't really started. There is a really big problem with trust. And everybody, there is no the thought of sharing my data with somebody is kind of creating a panic attack. We hear a lot about talks about blockchain, for example, thinking that blockchain is like a miraculous thing to solve our data problem. But the bigger problem is that if you don't have any data, then blockchain doesn't it's no help. That the non-existing data is secure or well governed. So this is kind of I come from Estonia, which is called Silicon Valley of Europe. We have we are known as a country with very strong e-governance, where we live in like a bubble, like a digital paradise bubble, and it's sometimes really weird to understand how it has changed our way of thinking. And when I work together with factories in Bangladesh, it sometimes feels like day and night difference. So this is another thing that makes my work super exciting, to kind of take the IT knowledge and IT digital way of thinking and applying that into a rather conservative industry sector. Yeah, shifted away from marketing, but for us,
No, absolutely. Well, and that's actually
Mhm.
where I was going next as well, is because one of the things I find fascinating about all three of you is how you've been able to incorporate technology, and not just technology, but data, information, all of these kinds of things, and connecting people, because that's one of the things that is so important. And I think that we've done so well as we've gone into the future, is that like social media and the internet and all of these different kinds of platforms have helped us be able to come closer together. And all three of you have been able to use that to start your companies and be able to shift the information and connect people so that you can, actually help the environment and make profit as well. And so to Stephanie, I wanted to go to you next. And I'll have this question for all three of you, but when it comes to the future and meeting it with optimism, what do you see for the future for the Queen of Raw and turning pollution into profit? What do you see for the future for you?
I think the future for all of us is about reinventing, reinvigorating, looking at what we've done in the past and figuring out how we can do better tomorrow for our children and for future generations, And for us as a business, we very much focused on fashion and textiles to start. Of course, this applies across raw material categories and around the world, right? How can we take waste in one place and move it to someone else's opportunity and to riches for someone else? One person's waste, another person's treasure, right? And I think as we grow, really, our ultimate vision and dream is to build an Alibaba done right. And hopefully, eventually, with our data and tools and the technology we also provide, we won't have a need for a marketplace anymore in the future, right? Because everyone will be efficient with their supply chain and their waste. And then, we'll have solved the world's water crisis, and I'll be excited to move on to my next venture. We got a way to get there, but I know together we will change the world.
Brenda, what about you? So the future for your company and what you're doing.
Stephanie, I'm very excited for you. I can't wait. But for my company, really, our vision is to be the strongest eyewear brand and the most sustainable eyewear brand in Africa. We don't have that, and so much has been coming into Africa in terms of imports. We want to be the company that substitutes that, and I see the future because I can see people are now awakening to the issues of climate change, even in my country, and people are now very attentive to recycling their waste, and people are getting more educated. So we see that the supply chains will be better, will be easier for us, but also we see our brand growing in terms of acceptance locally and internationally, acceptance in terms of quality, in terms of the visibility, the brand visibility. So I see us being the #1 eyewear brand in Africa, and we are very deliberate about seeing that happen.
Staying with you for one more. So when it comes to, earlier in our discussion, you talked about how you saw other companies coming into the eyewear and you were open to that. Do you see a lot of companies, going that route of trying to find ways to recycle in Uganda and in Africa? Do you see a lot of companies trying to follow that path where they're trying to recycle, like the fashion industry and things along that lines, or anything, aluminum or anything along those lines?
Absolutely, it's already happening. So in Uganda, we are the only ones doing eye care, at least as far as I'm concerned, eyewear. But so many businesses have come up to do, replace furniture with lumber made from plastic, to make building materials from plastic waste. So there's so many other products that are coming up from recycling. In the Congo, there's Ricoplast. So different businesses are popping up to recycle plastic waste. So I'm very glad that we started out quite early, but it's so good to see other people coming in to add, and they're adding their weight to this problem, which means that actually they also see value. And Stephanie spoke about profitability. They also see potential for profitability for this as well. Yeah,
absolutely. And Ronald, so reverse resources, what do you see for the future for you?
Well, we work in the name of circular economy, and I think it's very important to understand what is actually the purpose. And for us, the purpose is to replace virgin materials with waste materials, or like start closing the loops and make sure that the material flows are constantly circulating, and we don't need that much from the nature, but we can keep using the resources we have. So it's all about making sure that the life cycles of the materials will be longer. We use less and less new resources, and that's like to make sure that we can do that, or how much have we progressed towards that dream. We need to measure it. So I hope that one day we will be measuring GDP from like how much of our GDP or revenues are made of secondary resources, and start to kind of fundamentally change the basics of our economics to also talk in that circular economy language. So in a sense, reverse resources is generating this data for us to be able to, on a global scale, measure the circular economy happening.
Absolutely. Stephanie, so, one of the things that was discussed in this panel was about sorting our waste and things and the challenges of that. When it comes to after the fabric has been made into a shirt and then it's been put into the user's hands, and then they're pretty much done with it. Maybe it goes to consignment. Sometimes it goes into the trash. Is there a way that we can maybe take that and use that material to recycle and things along that lines?
You bet. Today, it's all possible. And that's the beauty of where we're at today with technology and awareness. So we can actually connect to RFID threads, which exist in a lot of our products, or QR codes, what that product is made of, where it came from, and the entire story up and down the chain. Why does that matter? Well, it matters to the consumer, obviously, to be able to hear the story. It matters to the brand to be able to do some marketing and storytelling. But it also really matters, to your point, at end of life, which inevitably there is an end of life. How do you know what to do with this? Who should pick it up? What it's made of? Anne was talking about this earlier, the complexities and the challenges of putting all this waste together. Well, now you can actually know with integrity to the data and with specificity what to do with it at end of life. So I think, with the future of circular economy, it's absolutely possible. And you're already seeing governments and businesses around the world understanding that. Companies are getting delisted, right, from stock exchanges if they don't have an ESG policy. We're seeing that Moody's and S&P are downgrading and not giving good ratings to those who don't have these line items. So fiscal responsibility is going to depend on this, and it is all possible. So no more excuses. Let's do it.
We started with how much waste you've been able to fix and help. Stephanie, when it comes to making a shirt, we're talking a lot of waste, not just water, but there's a bunch of different things. So when it comes to making one shirt, can you kind of give us a breakdown, like this shirt right here for my radio station?
Yeah, your awesome radio station, right? Cotton t-shirt. An average cotton t-shirt takes 700 gallons of water to produce it. and another 700 gallons of water on average to wash it in its lifetime. It also takes 1/3 of a pound of chemicals to produce. And that's just one shirt. There are over 2 billion shirts sold around the world every single year. So, I don't like to harp too long on the scary statistics because, we want to show the solutions of what's possible. Yeah. But I'll give you one statistic. If we continue at the current pace of textile production, by 2025, 2/3 of the entire world's population will face shortages of fresh water and be exposed to hazardous chemicals from textile production alone. So we're not talking about 100 years from now. We're not talking about 50 years from now. We're talking about today and on our shores. But what that also means, and the flip of that, which is what I get really excited about, is that fashion and these t-shirts, they literally have the power to solve the world's water crisis. And so for those who think that these challenges are insurmountable, that there is no solution, there is. We can do this, and we're just getting started.
Amazing. Lots of optimism there. And there is, it's so interesting to hear you speak about that, because this is something that we can easily change. And all three of you are doing these things now, which is amazing. Brenda, I want to go to you. So when it comes to, your supply chain, when it comes to getting the plastics that you use for your glasses, how do you do that? How do you go about that? Like, what kind of sources do you get it from? What goes into making those glasses?
Great. So Dex, until before the pandemic, of course, we used to go to events because that was the easiest way to get so much plastic in one place. But now, of course, we have to be more creative about getting them from homes and getting them from restaurants and getting them from other places that aggregate them. But we also have a tribe of collectors. So we have women that we work with that we also employ to go and collect from these areas of aggregation, and then they bring to us. So it's honestly, in Uganda, plastic waste is very available. Over 600 tons of plastic waste are produced every day. We can hardly keep up. So we are only doing this much compared to what the job that needs to be done. So there's a very big challenge that we have. We are oversupplied, and we need to do even more to absorb all that plastic waste. So that's why I'm very excited when I see other players coming in to upcycle that waste and turn it into value.
Love it. So we only have a little bit of time left, but I wanted to go around the room as we continue CARE24 today. The idea of CARE24 is to face the future with optimism. And so if you have any final words, I wanted to start with Anne, if you could. Final words for our audience whenever it comes to facing the future with optimism.
Well, I'm a big fan of the topic of systemic change. A lot of the challenges the world faces right now is if you look at it narrowly, then too narrowly, then it feels overwhelming, like we can't solve it. But as soon as you take a look on a systemic level and start to understand where are the points that, like, it's kind of like an acupuncture. Where do you put that needle so the system changes automatically, magically? And it is really possible to find these points in that system. So I would just call out to look at systemic level, and you will start finding solutions to any big challenge, actually.
Absolutely. Brenda, same question. So as you wrap up, how do we face the future with optimism? Final words from you.
I'm actually very excited about all the initiatives that are happening across the world to curb the problem of waste. There's still more to be done, but the good thing is that if everybody, even if it's just, you recycling one small bottle or something, it's all a contribution to the overall. I mean, we are so many people in the world, and if each of us does our part, I know that for sure the world is not doomed. We can turn around things. We can turn around things as they are. And the pandemic, it gave us a chance to stop. it gave the world an opportunity to just stop and reflect. And that, for me, I look at it as a positive thing because it gave us all a chance to just reevaluate the things and focus more on the things that really mean a lot and are valuable. And I look towards the future, towards the coming years with so much optimism because I feel like people are getting revived and they are now open to more, useful and meaningful and sustainable living. So I'm very excited about the future, for sure.
Very good. And finally, Stephanie, thank you so much for being a part of this. Tell us your final words, facing the future with optimism.
Absolutely. So obviously looking towards the future and with optimism, I think it's what we're doing here. It's the storytelling and coming together to talk about these things and with a bright hope and a bright vision for the future. So one of the most unique experiences that my business has had, we got 60 seconds on stage to pitch Ashton Kutcher, Gary Vee, and P. Diddy. And of course, it was an incredible experience for me and for our business. And in preparation, I was practicing a lot. And one day I was pushing my stroller across the noisy New York City streets, and I hear something coming out of the stroller, and I lean forward, and it was my 4-year-old son. And I heard him saying, "Are you naked right now?" "You're not, because you're using fabric. It's everywhere and it's polluting your drinking water." And that was the beginning lines of my pitch. And so of course that showed me maybe I've been practicing a little bit too much, but it also really left me feeling, you know what, if this 4-year-old can get it, then anyone in the world can get it. And that's our optimism and our future.
Love it. Thank you to all three of you, and thank you for what you're doing for the environment, for the world, and continue doing amazing things. Dex Mitchell here as we continue CARE24. I just wanted to wrap up my segment with some advice that was given to me. All of the speakers that you've heard over the past 2 hours, actually throughout this whole thing, have made an impact. Each individual have made an impact in our world. They've met their goals in life. They've continued to set new goals. And I would say that if you want to truly reach those goals, every day is an opportunity for you to take a step towards those goals. That means in 1 year, you can take 365 steps towards your goal. One step, that's all it takes. Do it today, and you will continue to reach your goals. Thank you so much. We continue on to our next hour right here at CARE24.
General manager of hotels. At least I was until COVID hit, and I hope to be soon. And my loves are my dog, and maybe the camera can angle to Dylan. Hello, Dylan. Thanks for your cameo. I love golf, and the person holding the camera is waving at me. I love Michelle.
A lot of the time, living here in Sydney, we like to, when we're not in the studio writing music together or something, we like to come down to the beach, sit by the waves, just chill out, talk about different ideas. Run to the beach, it's where I live. It's where I grew up, surfing down here, and this is just a place that I can, we both can call home. So.
Hi, I'm Veronica Vazeri, and I'm a gender intelligence and relationship coach. I'm currently based in Malta, and we are in my living room. I live in traditional townhouse where, admittedly, I spent quite a lot of time in the last 5 months.
I've actually worked for the same company for the past 31 years. That company is Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts, and I'm the president of the company for Europe, Middle East and Africa Hotel Operations, based out of Dubai. Love my job, love the company. I've had a remarkable ride with Four Seasons over these 3 decades, and hope for that to continue.
The people I work with, entrepreneurs, I am very lucky to have a wonderful job I love. And entrepreneurs are wonderful, resilient, smart, and admirable people, and also my friends and family. My friends and family are people who are always moving forward, who are always not willing to be defeated by adversity, and they are extremely motivational, and I'm very lucky to have them around.
My fiance, our home, we're a team. We're on this amazing journey together, and
the support that I can give that team is my biggest motivation. Looking at people specifically, I'm going to give my mum a shout out here as one of the most inspirational people in my life. She has an incurable form of cancer. You can live with it, but she's had to go through lots of treatments, lots of operations, chemos, stem cell transplants. And she's gone through it with so much positivity and so much grit, so much determination that she will always be an inspiration to me.
What motivates me is to travel and discover. I've lived in several countries and I'm looking to live in several more. I've lived in Kenya, Tanzania, the US, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic. And yeah, so just being able to learn, to see, to discover.
My father, who has now passed away. My father was an incredible person every second of his existence. He was incredibly kind and loving and giving. He was able to acknowledge his faults and become better for them. And like number one though, he never allowed himself to be jaded. He never allowed himself to believe that any dream that he had was not possible. He basically said dreams are just goals. You have to think of them as goals so that you can achieve them.
It's a fair question, I guess, and I've never really given it a huge amount of thought, but I think ultimately I motivate myself. I love keeping fit and I love eating well and I love going out and meeting people. So I motivate, put my teeth back in. I motivate myself to do those things, whether that's riding my bike. I love cycling. I get out for quite long rides here in the Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire countryside, 60, 75 Ks at a time.
Who motivates me? Well, obviously I have role models, so whether it be people I know or people, like famous people, like in music it's Chris Brown and Django Reinhardt. And I'm blessed to have a group of friends that support me and try to pick me up when I'm feeling low. But I think it's important to say that we shouldn't rely on external things or people for our motivation, because that's just a game we're going to lose, because people are never going to act the way we want them to, and things are just not going to go exactly how we want them to go. That's just life. So we should try to find that motivation within ourselves, because the within is limitless.
We motivate each other in a way just because of the way that we work, you know. Because we both work on different programs and have different ideas and come from a different musical background.
So like sometimes I might have something and I just don't know what to do, and I'll send it to Kyle, or I'll go to the studio and show it to Kyle, and he just goes, yep, and we'll do something that just like literally blows me away, and I'm like, wow, I didn't see that. And that's like makes me more hungry to write music, to you know, get up in the morning and be like, all right, how can like we get these ideas down? What can I do to like challenge him or myself?
So I think I'm very fortunate. I have a very good circle of friends. They are the people who motivate me. They motivate me all the time. I couldn't have asked for better friends. They try hard to put up with my stubbornness. And when I decide to sit on the floor and not move, they actually come and pick me up and carry me and walk with me to where I want to go.
And I would say that I motivate myself, and nobody has as big an impact on me as I do. So the attitude with which I get out of bed, when the feet hit the ground, you kind of hear, I feel this desire to keep going. So that has always been the case. That's me personally. In my professional life, my team motivates me, and the spirit with which they come to work, in which they operate, and how they have this insatiable passion for the pursuit of a better life and the pursuit of opportunity. That's hugely motivating.
Who motivates me? It's the people that I love. It's of course my parents and the friends and all the friendships that I've developed around the world. They are my best supporters, they are my cheerleaders, they are my motivators, and they are the people, my tribe, who believes in me, even at the times that I don't believe in myself. And without them, I would find it difficult to be motivated. I'm also motivated by my clients, and what I love about my interactions with them is the positive stories that they share with me, and seeing the life changing for the better, and seeing them gaining the right skills so they can form beautiful connections, and seeing them living their lives to the full to realize the true potential through being able to form meaningful and healthy relationships with people around them.
Our next speaker is Satish Shenoy, a global executive with leadership experiences across businesses of all sizes, from Fortune 500 companies to early-stage Silicon Valley startups. He has lived in 4 countries across 2 continents, traveled to over 50 countries, and doing business in at least 30 of them. Satish has advised startups to help them achieve product market fit, and scaling them up from 0 to multi-million-dollar businesses. He is a member of the exclusive 7-Continent Club, having run at least 1 full marathon across every continent, including Antarctica. Having accomplished this goal, his mission is to help others navigate the challenges to change the impossible to I'm possible. And with that, his talk is all about possible. Satish, the virtual stage is yours.
Impossible. That's a word that keeps going through my mind. Because back in 2012, when I first shared my goal and dream of running a marathon across every single continent, many people laughed at me. They said, you know, a marathon is really challenging, and you want to run a marathon across every single continent, including Antarctica? Are you out of your mind? Have you had anybody say that your dream was impossible or your goal was impossible? Did you believe them even for just a minute? If so, you know what I was going through back in 2012. Now, fast forward to 2020, we are in the midst of a COVID crisis. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives, and hundreds of thousands more have lost livelihoods. While my challenge in 2012 may pale in comparison to the challenges and uncertainties of today, I still believe some of the lessons and insights I'm about to share with you will truly be helpful to you to overcome some of the challenges, or at least get you closer to the goals that you have in mind. Taking just one more step is one of those insights that I learned that helped me get to the goal that seemed impossible at first. And then leveraging the power of mentors and changing my mindset really helped me get closer and closer to that goal and accelerate my learning so that I achieve those goals. Now let's first talk about mindset. In her groundbreaking book, Mindset, by Dr. Carol Dweck, she describes that people with a growth mindset believe they can learn, they can grow, they can adapt, and they can succeed by having that growth mindset. While people that have a fixed mindset really are not open to learning or adapting and growing. Which one are you? Which mindset do you have? Back in 2012, when far from running marathons across the world, I couldn't even run a mile in my backyard. And really, at that point, I didn't have any hope. One day, my cousin comes up to me. He says, "Hey, you want to run a couple of miles with me?" And I said, "Me? No, not me, not yet." But then he said something that helped me change my mindset. He said, "If you don't want to run, just walk." And what I surmised from that statement was, if you cannot really think about your run, just take one more step and you'll get closer to that goal. And so that's exactly what I did. So 2 miles turned to 4 over the next week, 4 turned to 8. And before I know it, over the next year, I had hundreds of miles under my belt. And over the last 7 years, I have, between the marathons, the half marathons, and countless 10Ks, I probably have closer to 6,000 miles under my belt. And that's the equivalent of running from coast to coast in the US, going from the West Coast to the East Coast and right back to where you started. Is there something in your life you can change by that change in mindset, that subtle change? Is there something that you told yourself that you cannot do, only to change that when you took just one more step? Now let's talk about the power of mentors. When it comes to mentors, broadly speaking, I believe there are 2 kinds of mentors. First is the silent mentors, those that inspire you to get you going. And when I think about these silent mentors in the world of running, I think of Charles Smith. Charles Smith ran 7 marathons in 7 days across 7 continents, and she is 70 years old. I learned about Charles through books, through podcasts, through videos, through news articles. And this is the power of silent mentors. They're out there and really inspire you. Now, with Charles Smith, when I heard about her, I thought, if she can do that at 70 years old, what's my excuse? So the question to you is, are there silent mentors in your life that you're not accessing, that you're not tapping into? What's your excuse? Now let's talk about the other kind of mentors, which is active mentors. When I started running my first marathons, what happened was I ran San Francisco, which is one of the hardest marathons in the world. Now, San Francisco has a lot of ups and downs. And so as I got through the first part of the race, I did great. But as I was getting to mile 23, I started feeling serious cramps in both my legs. Here I am hunched on the side of the road when this lady comes up to me and she says, "Hey, how you doing? Are you okay?" I said, "No, I'm in a lot of pain. I don't think I can make it. There are 3 miles left, but I don't think I can make it. It's just too painful." She said, "Relax." And over the next few minutes, she started talking to me. And she ultimately said the magic words. She said, "Take just one more step and we will get there. I'll hold your hands. Let's go across that finish line." When I still resisted, she told me something that I remember to this day. She said, "Run if you can, walk if you must, crawl if you have to. Never, never, never give up." Now, over the next few years, after successfully completing San Francisco, I did go on to a number of other marathons across the rest of the continents, but I still remember that lady who helped me turn the corner and really get me on that journey of my marathons. I call her my sponsor because she was there to lift me up when I needed that help. Now, with all the rest of the marathons, I I really had to apply myself in terms of the lessons I learned, whether it was planning, execution, and perseverance. So I was able to successfully cross that finish line when it mattered. Now, the final pièce de résistance of my marathon was Antarctica. And so Antarctica does take a different mindset from both, mental, but also physically. It's a very challenging marathon. But the bigger challenge with Antarctica was getting there, because the roughest seas and waters in anywhere in the world is between Argentina and Antarctica. The dreaded Drake Passage. 15 to 20 foot waves, very choppy seas, takes you about 2 days to get there, very risky. Lots of ships have gone down in that body of water. And so here I was trying to break this news to my wife that this is going to be a risky journey. But she floors me when she says, hey, I know it's your dream. I know you want to go there for a long time. And so you make that decision. I know you will use the right judgment and make the right call from a safety standpoint for yourself, but also the prosperity of our family. You make that decision and I'm there with you. Now, that kind of mentor is who I call a cheerleader or a supporter, because she's there unconditionally supporting me no matter what. Do you have those cheerleaders you should reach out to if you're not already? Because they could really help you in those times of need when you want to go up against some odds that seem insurmountable. As you navigate a once-in-a-lifetime crisis, I hope these lessons that I've shared with you are going to be helpful to you. The notion of changing your mindset, the need to engage mentors, both silent mentors and active mentors. Perhaps you've been looking for a job for a number of months, and maybe you even quit looking for a job because you are tired. Maybe you want to start writing a new book, or maybe start a new business. Is there just one more step you can take to reach out to that contact on LinkedIn that may be able to get you to that next job, or write a paragraph or a title for your book, or even reach out to that someone you looked up to before that can probably guide you on your business? No matter what you decide and what your challenge is, take just one more step, and trust me, you'll change the impossible to I am possible. Take that one more step, won't you?
Our next speakers are Roseanne Van Zaligen and Barry Vandenberg from Boost the World. They are here to convince you that heart-centered leadership is the basis to make the world a better place for everyone. Every person can make a huge difference in someone's life, even in a time of crisis. Taking responsibility and ownership is the start of something big in every part of our lives to live a happy, healthier, and successful life. It all starts by taking one step out of your comfort zone. Roseanne and Barry, the virtual stage is yours.
Hey guys, we're excited to speak with you today from around the world. I myself are in South Africa, and Roseanne, as you're going to meet now, is in Holland. So we're going to tell you a little bit about our story.
It was 2014 and I was standing in front of a ditch and I was thinking, what the hell am I doing here? I felt completely lost and alone and I was depressed. And 5 minutes later, my best friend Ariana called me and she said, "Is everything okay with you?" And I said to her, "No, it's not." She came 5 minutes later and she was looking at me and she said, "Don't you know who you are? You have a purpose in life." That day changed my whole life, because since that day I knew I have a purpose in life. And it changed my vision. Every day I worked and worked on it, and life is a journey. So I got bullied when I was young, and now I know that it's good to be different. Since I was 9 years old, I was already an entrepreneur. And now I know that I can make a difference in my own life and the life of other people. So can you make a difference in the life of others?
It's 2018. I wake up. Something feels different for me. I've waited 7 years. I've been procrastinating. I've been scared. I've had a dream, but today I'm acting on it. Today, something's different. I'm going to make the change.
My grandfather was an Indonesian man. He was working in a Japanese camp on the Burma line. He got malaria and he was very ill. His best friend gave him his Rolex and he said to him, "Escape out of the prison and be healthy and happy again." So he did, and he moved to Holland and he met my grandmother. That's why I'm here. This connection saved and changed his whole life. My grandfather told me many things, and one of these things were, be good for other people around you and never judge to others. And he was my inspiration, but also his best friend who gave him the Rolex. So what is the value what you can give to somebody else?
Back in 2010, South Africa hosted the Soccer World Cup. It was an incredible moment. I'd never seen our country come together like that before. It was during this time that I had a dream. My dream was to teach children the value of nutrition. How were we going to do this? I believe by having a facility in a shopping mall where the parents could drop their children off as a care facility and providing a nutritious meal for these children would be very valuable. Teaching them how to clean the vegetables, how to prepare the vegetables, how to cook the vegetables, and eat a nutritious meal would provide that for them. During the course of this, we would teach them the value of nutrition for themselves and for their families. We liked the idea of Tom's, where it was a 1-for-1. Basically taking one opportunity in a shopping mall and replicating that same setup in a township, providing more for the township children, also having the ability to learn the value of nutrition. I shared this dream with a friend of mine, and they suggested I go on some training to understand more about how to actually execute this. So I went on some farming training, understanding the sustainable techniques and methods that are used in farming here in South Africa. This is when I was so empowered and really eager to go and do something about it. So I volunteered at a local church community and assisted them to set up a natural garden.
I had a dream, and I was afraid to tell it to somebody. But I told my neighbor about my dream, and before I knew it, 1 week later, I was already in South Africa, and 5 months later, we already built the first school for 55 orphaned children between 1 and 5 years old. We built a vegetable garden, an eco-toilet, a playground, and I can't believe it that I really did it. But I didn't it by myself. I worked with other people. We can't make a difference alone. We have to work together. So connections are really the key to success.
Why is this so hard? It's so challenging. We're facing so many challenges. Surely someone's done this before. We need to find partners that can help us to get this right. I believe we need to get young entrepreneurs and we need to empower them to start their own local farms, providing crops for their community and for them to sell and create an economy within their area. This would help us to eradicate the current challenge we face with nutrition and food in these areas. It's not going to be easy, but we have to do it, and everyone has to benefit.
I realized leadership starts with ourselves. So I had to stop pleasing and wanted to save everyone because it's not workable. Taking care of myself and to lead by example is the only way how I can support and inspire others to do the same. During my trip in South Africa, I realized I can do it alone. So this is a real story. I was sleeping in front of a door of John Cooper. He tapped me and he said, "What are you doing here in front of my door?" And I said to him, "I haven't slept for 3 nights because I went with 15 other people to South Africa." And I spoke with him about my vision and the story around it. And he said, "Wow, this is really great." And before I knew it, I met Barry.
I bumped into a friend that I hadn't seen for a while, and they suggested that I meet up with this person that they'd met on their trip out here to South Africa. This person had a BHAG, a big, hairy, audacious goal. And once I met with this person, Roseanne, we just clicked. Things started to happen like I'd never seen them happen before. We had the same vision and we wanted to achieve the same thing. What an incredible opportunity it was when we started to connect together. Although we've actually never met in person, we communicate regularly, almost every day.
What is your gift that you can give to someone? So heart-centered leadership is about we instead of I. Heart-centered leaders come from purpose. They are driven by peace and compassion for existence for all that lives. It's about leading from the heart and being aligned with the purpose to make a lot of impact. They lead by example and they're authentic to others and themselves. They empower others to get the best out of themselves, always. They are resilient and never give up, also when it is tough. We know who you are. Now it's the time to take responsibility for the future generations. We need to change the world together, like the same what the best friend of my grandfather did with his Rolex.
Do you want to be like everyone else? Or do you want to be someone special and do you want to make a change?
You can make a difference in somebody's life to do something small. So step out and together we make the world a better place for everyone.
Our next speaker is Rajesh Sethi. He is one of the most successful serial entrepreneurs I know. His personal mission in life is to find awesome people, products, or services and amplify their awesomeness. Pretty cool, huh? He has touched tens of thousands of lives with his TED Talks while always making it so darn simple that it's hard to not immediately ask yourself, why didn't I think of that? The simplest things are like that in life, aren't they? Rajesh, it is my great honor to welcome you to the virtual stage. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to share with you a concept of uplift, win with value exchange. Now, whenever somebody uplifts you, takes you from one level to another level, what do you first think about? First of all, you'll be glad that this happened. Second, you will definitely feel grateful. And sometimes you may also say, I want to reciprocate back. I want to do something back to them. So it's the same way somebody else feels when you uplift them. But before you do that, let's ask the fundamental question, right? So if I ask you, go back 5 years in your life and just think about it. Do you think you would make the exact same choices and exact same decisions that got you to where you are today? Most of the time you will say, no way, it's impossible. In fact, whenever you think of the last 5 years, there is more regret than joy, because it seems like it was a blur. The 5 years went away like that. What will happen when you use the concepts of uplift? there won't be a magical transformation, but it'll be somewhere close to that, which is you will start saying, last year was a blast in a good way. I can't wait for the next year, right? So that's where we want to go. And what is uplift? And why is it important? It's important because uplift is nothing but helping others go from wherever they are to the next level. You lift them up, like uplift. Now, why is it important? Is because, in my opinion, the best way to uplift yourself is to pursue capacity expansion that comes through lifting others up. You help other people up along the way, your own capacity goes up, and that is how you lift yourself up. Let's think about two ways that you will lift others up. One is that you help solve their problems, and the second one is help them to pursue new opportunities. In the first case, think about it. If you don't listen to them, if you are not a good listener, you will not know what problems to solve. Second, listening is only the entry ticket to the park. Like, if you don't care for what they care about, again, you cannot be good in solving their problems. And last but most important, they should be willing to let you help them solve the problems. Like they have to give you permission to get into their life or business, and they should be open to let you into their life and take your help, right? So which means you have to be trustworthy. Think about it. Listening skills and caring for other people and being trustworthy are all great qualities in and of itself. So you already are expanding your capacity. When it comes to pursuing opportunities, what is the best way to do it? Help them in the areas of your weakness or in your areas of strengths? Obviously, in the areas of your strengths, which means when you use that, your strengths strengthen further. You become better at whatever you are already good at, right? Second, because it's all new situations for you, because it's their life, not your life, you have to be willing to adapt. And lastly, automatically you will build your personal brand. You take it to a whole new level because you were a positive possibility in the life they were creating for themselves, right? If you agree to this, then you know that you are playing the value exchange game. So first, you should know that it's as simple as giving and receiving value. That is value exchange. And you should also know that there is magic happens when you give more than what you receive. The delta is what I call delta karma points. It's like the invisible currency that if you can deposit in the bank of reciprocation operated by the universe itself, that at some point in time you can push a button and ask it to serve you back. Maybe it's not the same people. Somebody else will come and serve you back. But there is currency. Sometimes it's more powerful. The invisible currency is sometimes more powerful than the actual currency. So let's think about two people having value exchange. You should know there are two types. In some combination, it could be tangible value exchange, where let's say you want to get a carton of milk and you go to the grocery store, give them some money which is tangible, get back some milk which is also tangible. It's easy. So but if it is intangible, like somebody needs a boost in the self-confidence, somebody else is not good with interpersonal communications, they both help each other out, somebody raises their confidence, they're now good with making friends with each other, there's value there, but we don't know what is a dollar's exact number because it's very vague. But sooner than later you will know how to create some proxy for it, and it can get complex. Somebody gives tangible something, they get intangible something else which is more valuable than the tangible. It can get messy, but sooner than later you start observing this, you bring this to your awareness, automatically magical things will happen. So this value exchange forms the fundamental transaction unit either for contribution or your power or for your personal brand. Once you agree to it, you have to start asking some questions to yourself. How are you doing this value exchange? How good are you thinking at this? Why do you do it? Like, what is the purpose of it? This is all in the professional circles, obviously. What does it cost for you to create value? Make a good exchange. Are you getting better at it? How are you getting better at it? Are you reading books? Do you have mentors? All sorts of things. And the side effects that come with creating value and exchanging it. There are good and bad side effects. In your case, is the good taking over the bad ones or the bad taking over the good ones? Like that. Now comes to the core part of the presentation, which is called the Uplift Mastery Map. This is something that you have to have it in your background, and I'll go over some very small sprint that you can do on using this. How do you uplift yourself, right? So before that, this is a game that you cannot escape. You cannot take leave from it. You cannot run away from it. If you start saying that, I don't like this value exchange game, I'm out of this. What does the universe think? You just don't know how to play it. That's why you're trying to be cute or somewhat dismissing it. But the real fact is you don't know how to play. That's what people will think, right? So let's go through overview. There's x-axis and y-axis. On the y-axis is levels of mastery. In the x-axis is forms of exchange. There are 7 forms of exchange and there are 7 levels of mastery. So everything is 7 by 7 matrix, right? So let's start with one of them. Let's take one of the skills. You are good at something. And then let's go through the levels of mastery. Don't worry, we are not going to go through all the 7 by 7, 49 different ways. I'll give an example. And I trust you. You are smart enough to expand it to look at the other forms of exchange, right? So first step at the lowest level, I hope nobody is here, is that you are guided. That means for you to create value, you need a lot of hand-holding. You are not autonomous by any means. So this is below ground zero. I hope nobody is there. For example, you want to create value using your writing skills. You need a lot of guidance what to write, and they should check what you have written, and then they almost have to go through fixing things. You are a little bit sloppy, so they have to fix things. You make spelling errors, so they have to fix that. So the guided is never a good position to be in. After that, the next one is called a dabbler. So from guided to dabbler. Dabbler means it's a sporadic value creation, right? So sometimes you do it well, sometimes you don't. It's like a luck of the draw, right? You don't know. So when somebody else in your life is a dabbler, you just wish that today is a lucky day for you because you might do something good. Because if it is not a lucky day, then it's an unlucky day or it's a flop show kind of thing. Next is basically proactive. Being proactive means, let's say we're in this zone in the level of mastery, you are looking for ways without asking anyone to use your skill, let's say the writing skill, and trying to create value for people. So you're not waiting for opportunities, creating opportunities. What next? It becomes a habit for you. So you know what your skill is, and it's like routinely you create value for it. It does not take a lot of processing power, does not take a lot of thinking, because it's almost becoming your background thinking by this time. What happens next? It becomes fun for you. So until this time, there is some sort of work. You are looking at this as work to create value. Once you reach this stage, it's no longer work for you. You just enjoy it. You create value and you just enjoy it. And after that, it becomes a game. That means you almost are in the highest level of mastery, but now it's for you, you want to just beat your own records, right? So basically, you just have the thrill of getting to the next level let's say in a video game, our level 1, level 2, level 3. After some time, it just becomes like you want to do it because you want to do it, because you want to set your own, stretch your own limits and go to the next level, right? What could be? Is there anything next higher than this? Yes, it's called magic. So magic is that it's effortless to create value with this skill. It's so effortless that you never thought there is any work that happened, but for the observer, it looks like it was pure magic, right? So that's where the highest level of mastery is there. So I won't go into all the details, and I talk about the next one, which is experience. That means when you are learning something and as you are gaining mastery in something, the whole process of you transforming, there is some value that you can exchange, because there is many more people like you who are also traversing the same path that you traversed. A little bit of help from them, it will accelerate their journey to their own evolution. They'll be happy and grateful for that kind of value exchange, right? And it goes to the same level of mastery, right? There's a little bit of meta thinking here, but the process to go from guided to magic still remains the same. Next is resource. So obviously you'll have many resources. It could be physical resources, it could be IP that you have created, something that without any incremental cost to you, you can create value for someone, right? So, and again, this requires your own thinking. At what level are you? Is it fun for you? Is it a game? Uh, Whatever it is, you be the judge, and you should be able to map yourself in this particular form of exchange. I know how to create value, and I am having it's a habit for me like that. And the vision is to help people see things that that only you can see for them, because sometimes they may not know that they're so powerful that they can reach somewhere, but you know, because you know you're seeing them up close and personal, and you can help them shape their vision and help them get to their vision. So it's going to be super fun if you can use this form of exchange to create some value. And insight is something that you see but they don't. That means you see more than what others can see, and it's not a skill that is sort of given by God. Probably some luck is there, but it's a skill that you have acquired with hard work. Your ability to see things that others don't. I always say that for you to be outstanding, you need to out execute. For you to out execute, you need to outthink. If for you to outthink, you need to outsee, which is see more than what others are seeing. So I have a book on it which I have not published yet. But the goal is, if you have this power, you can easily exchange value. You can easily do value exchange using this form, right? So next is connection. This for me is probably the highest leverage kind of value exchange, form of exchange, right? Which is, you find two people in your network and you know that both of them will be of mutual value to each other, and both of them are hungry and the time is right for them to connect, but they don't know each other because you are a common connection to them. Once you make that connection, it's a huge value to both people. So which means you almost get like the two birds in one stone kind of situation. You almost get double the value for making one connection. And if you do it thoughtfully, as you know, the incremental value, the cost of making that connection is very, very low. I think about it. And the empowerment, this is something that people usually miss. That means we all have positions of power right now, most of us at least, that you are the president of a club or something, you have some influence in some other place. Because of the sheer power, you can make some things move. There can be value created because of the positional power and the empowerment that you have. And again, even here, your job is to see, for this form of exchange, like the empowerment, where is my level of mastery in that value exchange type? Am I having fun? Is it a game for me? Can I create magic with it? Right. So the key thing to lever to look at here is, at the lowest level, in the guided level, the incremental cost for you is very, very high. As you move along, the incremental cost keeps going down. Very important. And second, if you map it, like for that particular skill, right? So where are you? Probably are in the fun, and you'll get a graph. So this is just for you to know, if we can keep rising in all of these forms of exchange. Some of them you may not care, but whichever ones you care, it will be a great self-awareness exercise for you. So you will know where to stretch and where to just go back to the foundation basics and keep ensuring that your capacity is higher. Other thing to notice is it's a multi-layered graph, which is because there is not just one skill, there are many skills that you have. Most of people around you are polymaths. What can I say, right? And so you can imagine the graph gets really complex. If the skill is multiple experiences, multiple resources, except vision and insight, connections, empowerment, all of them are multiple skills that you have, right? So if you look at the form of exchange, we talked about skill, experience, resource, vision, insight, connection, empowerment. You see it resolves to an acronym called service. Why? Because at the heart of a meaningful form of exchange, there is service and not sales. Sales will happen if you serve well, right? So the way to get better at plotting your own graph here is basically by helping other people map their uplift mastery map. Let's say this was for Tom and Jen and Rick, and you have this graph and you help them because they don't know, sometimes they can't read themselves, right? After that, you do a snapshot of the graph, and then you start thinking in the next time period. Let's say it's 1 month, 3 months, whatever, however way you want to do a sprint, right? So you just say these are the 3 things that I want to raise in the next 1 month, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, like that. The 4-week sprint I was talking to you about is basically you should pick 3 forms of exchange. Ideally, skill, 1 connection, and 1 resource for the first sprint. Just something like that, right? And then you choose the uplift magnitude you want to. First of all, you should be aware where you are in the level of mastery for whatever skill, resource, and connection that you chose. And then you choose how much more you want to jump in this 4-week sprint. And then you do whatever it takes for you to get better at it. You might want to read a book, watch some videos, all sorts of things. And you start thinking, with all the help that you have got, you also put some accountability kind of setup that if you don't do this, then there is a penalty of some kind that's self-imposed. Anyway, there will be a bigger penalty if you don't grow. The universe will penalize you by eroding your value. That's what it happens. But it's better that you be harsh on yourself and not let the universe show how harsh it could be, right? And then once at the end of the month, right, so you start looking at it and you do a self-assessment or some feedback from your mentors, and then you can repeat the cycle, right? So the one thing that I always say that to put this into action, you have to change the mindset about one thing, which is if you say this is new for you, right? So many times when you encounter something new and then you want to put in the work, you feel like saying easier said than done. That means you give yourself permission that if you don't meet the standards that you have set for yourself, so then you can easily explain away because why it was easier said than done. If you forget everything else that I taught you today, if you remember that you reframe this easier said than done, so every time you look at something new, you want to do something, go the path that is less traveled, you say easier done than said. It looks ridiculous because nobody says that, but you force your brain to start thinking easier to do it than to talk about it, right? So with that in mind, I hope that you will do at least 1 sprint in the next few months, and if you get a kick out of it, I hope that you will do at least 2 or 3 more sprints the next 12 months. And that way, you not only start uplifting others, because of all the things that you're doing, you'll uplift yourself, and your world will be a better place to live. And when your world is a better place to live, you'll create a better world to live either.
Our next speaker, Nick Corcadillos, is a professional recruiter famous for publishing the Ask the Headhunter website, created in 1995, where he and his audience candidly discuss job hunting and hiring. Corcadillos holds a bachelor degree from Rutgers University and a master's in cognitive psychology from Stanford University. Nick, the virtual stage is yours.
Over the past 20 years, I've written thousands of pages of advice for job seekers on my AskTheHeadhunter.com website, and I've answered over 50,000 of their questions about job hunting. But what it all boils down to is really two main concepts. Number one, you will land your next job. You will get hired through people. You get hired through people. You will not get hired, likely, through job boards, automated databases, LinkedIn, or any kind of technology system that human resources departments and companies use to find people. It just doesn't work. It's all about people forming relationships, creating a circle of friends who will educate you, teach you about the business and the company you want to go to work for, and then make the introductions you need so that you can get interviewed and hired. The second idea is also very simple, and yet is lost in today's world. When you're in an interview with an employer, it's not really an interview. It's a working meeting where you roll up your sleeves and you have to be able to demonstrate to the manager how you're going to do the job. In other words, you get the job by doing the job. And what that means is demonstrating how you are going to bring additional success and profit to that organization's bottom line. If you can't do that, if you're not ready to do that, then you haven't done the proper preparation and you really have no business in the interview. But what I want to help you do is prepare for that kind of a meeting so you can actually do it successfully. It's really not complicated. I'm here with my colleague, Debbie, to discuss how you can apply these concepts in your life and in your work so that you can be successful as you're launching your career and starting out.
Thanks for having me on, Nick. You know, what you've just described sounds very personalized, and it sounds great, but isn't the system so highly automated that this approach just isn't feasible?
That's exactly the point, Debbie. The system really is overly automated, and it's become very reductionist. We're talking databases and keywords rather than talking people. Let me give you an example. There's a researcher at the Wharton School in the labor organization who tells a story of a company that wanted to fill a routine engineering position. So they posted the job online. And guess what? They received 14,000 applications from 14,000 engineers. The applicant tracking system at the company rejected every single one of them. 14,000 engineers, and not one was qualified to fill that position? This is the problem with the system. Now, you might ask yourself, how do I get past this? How do I get around this? What is the solution for a job seeker who's just starting out? The solution is really simple, and it's enunciated very clearly by a manager I know in a consumer products company, Bruce Jones, who sent me a note not too long ago. And he said, I probably made 100 hiring decisions as a manager, and initiative by candidates in the hiring process is breathtakingly rare. Initiative by candidates, that means you, is breathtakingly rare. Not long after, Bruce was looking for a job himself. And he wrote back to me after he had his interview. And he said, I was involved in an interview process that had bogged down over all the wrong things. Your advice to project, I'm here to do the work, was perfect. I left the manager in shock and had an offer within 12 hours for 10% more than I thought I would get.
You know, Nick, that sounds really great, but people want to know, how do you get in the door and get in front of the hiring manager? How does that work?
But getting in the door is a daunting idea to most people because they're too focused on the resume. You don't get in the door with a resume. A resume is a dumb piece of paper, with all due respect. You should have a resume. Everyone should have a basic, vanilla, simple, straightforward resume, but you don't use it to get you in the door. The marketing about fancy resumes tells us your resume is your marketing piece. It gets you in the door. It doesn't do anything of the kind. The average manager spends 6 seconds reading the average resume. So this doesn't work. All it does is pigeonhole you and make it more difficult for you to get in the door. What you really want to do to get in the door is talk to people who can introduce you to the manager. And this takes some work. What you need to do is pick people who have a connection to the manager who can introduce you to the manager. Most managers will jump over 10 qualified candidates to hire one who is referred to them through a trusted contact, through someone who knows the individual and can vouch for them.
So, Nick, let me interrupt here. Where does a job seeker find these people?
Well, you find these people in a lot of places, but most of them are people who do some kind of business with the company. For example, the most obvious is employees. If you can get connected to an employee in a company, that's how you can make a connection to the manager and also educate yourself about the business. You can also talk to a company's customers, their vendors, maybe their lawyer, their banker, even the company that cleans the building. Anyone that you can contact and basically say, hey, I'm considering doing business with this company, and I'd just like to know a little bit more about them. For example, their marketing department. Can you tell me how they operate, what it's like if you're an employee there? What's it like to work there, for example? How do you find these people? Well, this may come as a shock, but it happens by hanging out with people who do the kind of work that you'd like to be doing. And where these people hang out themselves is in groups, in associations, professional associations. They show up at industry events. You may find them actually online in forums where people are discussing shit, where they're talking shop, where they're talking about their work. Because what you have to keep in mind is people don't like being approached and being asked, here, will you take my resume and give it to a manager? Maybe you can help me get a job. People hate that. It's putting a monkey on their back. What they really want to do, if you know enough to ask, is talk shop. People love to talk about their work. If you ask them about their work, they will tell you a whole lot. And from there, it's a hop, skip, and a jump to them offering to make an introduction for you. And if they don't offer, there's nothing wrong with asking. Your mission with everyone that you talk to is to get one more name, one more recommendation about someone you can talk to legitimately. You're not making stuff up here. You want to talk shop and learn more about someone's work and business. And you ask them, is there someone else you suggest that I talk to who can tell me more about this? Because if I'm going to apply for a job at a company, I don't just want to send in a resume, which is a dumb piece of paper or a Word document. I want to be ready to talk to a manager and demonstrate how I'm going to help them do the job in their organization, how I'm going to make them more successful.
So, using your advice about getting in the door, how do you prepare for and conduct yourself in the interview?
Well, when you're in a job interview, you can sit and fold your hands and wait for what I call the top 10 stupid interview questions. Number one, if you could be any animal, what animal would you be? Some of you will probably face some of these questions, which is why I'm laughing. You're probably laughing too. Second, where do you see yourself in 5 years? What's your greatest weakness? What's your greatest strength? These are the kinds of canned questions that managers ask all the time because they're supposed to. When you're in a meeting like that, that's not what you want to deal with. You can answer these questions, and you should. You should never become confrontational or object to anything like this. Answer the questions, but at some point during the meeting, you want to be able to say to the manager, I'd like to know, give me an example, one issue, one problem, one challenge that you're facing. Lay it out for me without disclosing anything proprietary or telling me anything you shouldn't be telling me. What I'd like to do is show you how I would go about tackling that problem, or fixing that problem, or creating something new, or doing whatever kind of work that is that you need done. Because if I can't show you how I would do it, well, frankly, you shouldn't want to hire me. This is actually a very powerful thing to do during a job interview. Again, answer the questions that you're asked. But when finally you have an opportunity to ask your own question, don't ask a question, ask for a challenge. And again, if you're not prepared to do this, you shouldn't be in the interview. And it doesn't matter whether you're a seasoned professional or whether you're a new grad. If you don't know much about the business, it's really incumbent on you to learn all you can. And the way that happens is through triangulation. And what do I mean by that? By triangulation, I mean you work around the periphery of an organization in order to learn what you can so you can become educated so that when you are in the interview, you have something to talk about of substance. So think about where we've gone right now. We have gone from job boards and online job postings and resumes to actually sitting with a manager and talking shop, rolling up our sleeves and doing the work with the manager as though we're an employee. This is a lot of work, but you know what? So is that great job you want. So you need to start doing the work up front. Let's go back now to what Bruce Jones said. What seems to be missing among job candidates in interviews is breathtaking initiative. What I just tried to describe to you is breathtaking initiative because it takes a lot of work. Employers don't expect someone to walk in and show them how they're going to do the job. They expect someone to come in and answer questions that are rote and don't really mean very much. So, in recapping what we've been talking about, number one, you get a job through people. You have to talk to people. You can't always do it online. You can't do it by email. If you can do it face-to-face, that's best. If you can do it on the phone, that's very good too. If you have to use email or do it online, then go for it. But try to make a meaningful connection. Try to make a friend. Even if you don't get a job or a referral through that kind of connection, keep that friend and stay in touch. Because down the road, that will pay off for you in other ways. And second, as we recap, always think in terms of value. If you can't deliver value in a job interview, you're not going to get hired. You're going to be one of the other millions of candidates who are applying for positions all the time who really don't demonstrate to a manager that they're worth hiring. That's initiative. I want to wish you the best, and I hope you'll try some of these techniques and think about your job search in a different way. Thanks very much for listening. I hope you find this helpful.